Good morning. We don't want to get too far behind today, so why don't we go ahead and get going? I apologize, we don't have full attendance for you, Senator, but we'll at least get started.
I see these bills aren't nearly as exciting as yesterday's bills.
Well, the title is throwing us off because we have no idea what it means. So with that, the time being 9:35, I will now open the public hearing on Senate Bill 190 and recognize the prime sponsor, Senator Tim Lang. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It feels like just yesterday I was here. Advanced deposit wagering, it's horse racing. In simple terms, it's horse racing. There was some confusion in the lottery. So this bill is brought at the behest of the New Hampshire Lottery as well as the New Hampshire Attorney General's office. There was some confusion as to whether or not, say when the Kentucky Derby's running and you pick up the phone and you call and place a bet on a horse, whether that was legal or not. And there's a provision. It's called, let me see if I can find it. There's a federal provision that allows it. It's the Interstate Horse Racing Act of 1978, which legalizes at a federal level that interstate action. But at the state level, we have a little bit weird rules with charitable gaming and online gaming and those kind of things. And so the question was whether or not it was legal in New Hampshire. And so when the lottery went to the Attorney General's office and asked for a legal opinion, basically the Attorney General said, well, we're not sure. And they weren't sure whether it was legal or not. So they asked us to submit a bill to make it clear that we're in compliance with the Interstate Horse Racing Gaming Act, and it is a legal function within the state of New Hampshire. That's the short version of the bill. There are some other things in here that just provide consumer protections, bonding for the gaming operators, as well as things like cybersecurity requirements and that kind of stuff for these horse racing outfits that are going to be working in New Hampshire. There are a lot smarter people behind me that probably can answer detailed questions, but if you have questions about the words on the bill, I can probably answer some of those.
Is this a phone app? What are we talking about?
So it's a combination of both. Again, like a lot of horse racing is done literally by phone. You call into Churchill Downs and place your bet for the Kentucky Derby, right? And so you can have an account, put in your account, make the bet. And the question was again whether that was legal. It also involves a gaming app, so you can Twin Spires or Churchill Downs their app. It also legalizes that as an interstate action that goes on as well. So that's what that Interstate Horse Racing Act of 1978 allows for interstate commerce, like including horse racing. So this just clarifies that New Hampshire says, yeah, it's legal in New Hampshire too, and not in violation of one of our weird gaming statutes.
Thank you, Senator. Would you take questions?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Janigian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. Is there a limit on how large these deposits are?
So again, I defer to Senator Bragdon over here, the former Senate president, who's going to be testifying, who has a lot more detail about the inner operations of how things like Churchill Downs works.
All right, thank you.
Yes, Representative Orrs.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for taking my question. So advanced deposit account wagering. So somebody has an account on file, like an e-account, and so they can place bets at any time, but even during the race?
Again, I'd defer that to Mr. Bragdon. I'm not an expert in horse racing by any stretch of the imagination. Again, I brought this because of Lottery's statement, the fact that it was questionable whether or not it was legal or not. And so we wanted to make it absolutely clear in statute that it was a legal activity and we were in compliance with the Interstate Horse Racing Act of 1978.
Okay, very good. Let's follow up. And so I guess it's just the word advance. So all the advance means is the money's on file somewhere.
Right. Again,
Okay.
usually it's again, you open an account, you may deposit some money in, and then you use that money for your betting, and then you either renew it with more money if you lose, and if you don't lose, then you get to continue to use the money or withdraw it for your bank account.
Very good. Thank you.
Just because of that, does this bill go to Commerce at all, or no? This is just this bill.
It did not in the Senate.
Okay, thank you. Representative Doucette.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. I missed the very beginning, and you might have just touched on it. You filed this legislation at whose request?
both the New Hampshire Lottery as well as the Attorney General's office. There was a question on legality, and we wanted to clarify the legality.
A question on the legality. Can you expand on that? Expound
Sure.
on that?
So, New Hampshire, even our horse racing language is pretty antiquated, and so it didn't anticipate whether you could pick up the phone and call or whether you could place a bet online using an app. It didn't clarify that. We have brick and mortar type locations in New Hampshire. I think there's 2 or 3 that allow for simulcast and horse betting races at brick and mortar, but there was nothing defined. So we legalized horse betting, betting on horse races, but we didn't have an off-site mechanism for it, and yet the federal government did allow for that.
Can
Follow up?
Okay, and this is probably better for legal counsel for lottery, but you had mentioned the app Twin Spires.
That's one of the apps I know about.
Okay.
There's several of them, and you can ask. Again, I'm not an expert by any stretch. I filed this bill again at the request of lottery, and
Are you aware that that app has been in use in the state of New Hampshire?
I know that's
Maybe illegally for decades?
again, I know that, and that's why the question came up. Was the app was in use, and the question came forward whether or not it was legal or not, and it was an inconclusive determination, and so we're trying to make it a conclusive determination.
Thank you very much, Senator. Okay, the chair will now recognize.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, one more
yes,
thing.
please.
So you're going to have, Senator Bragdon is going to be giving you some ideas for changes that have been vetted through lottery, and I know that. And if the committee were to adopt these changes, the Senate Ways and Means Committee would concur with those adoptions of changes.
Okay.
It's clarifying language.
Thank you for the heads up on that. We'll recognize Sean Thomas from ExpressBet. Welcome to Ways and Means.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Sean Thomas. I'm with Demers and Praisall here in Concord, and here today representing ExpressBet in support of Senate Bill 190. Let me first tell you quickly about ExpressBet and then why we support this bill. ExpressBet is an ADW or advanced deposit wagering or online horse wagering provider and has been since 2002. It offers online horse betting, so you can make your picks and place your bets at over 400 racetracks, whether on your computer, your phone, or other electronic device. And ExpressBet is completely dedicated to horse racing. That's all they do, online horse betting. It's really a commitment. They are heavily invested in the technology and in providing the industry's safest, most secure, and most reliable experience. And that's really what this bill is all about and why we ask for your support. I think the bill probably reads a little more complicated than it actually is. Online horse betting already takes place in New Hampshire. This wouldn't be an expansion of gambling. The question when it comes to Senate Bill 190 is whether the industry should continue unregulated or whether it should be regulated and licensed through lottery. So I know it seems unusual that we would support regulation, but we really view it as a good thing. One, it clarifies the law. You heard there's some question. There's a gray area, call it. We currently operate under federal law and pursuant to a multi-jurisdictional license. In New Hampshire doesn't specifically address that federal law, and that's really the gray area. But we have. So it clarifies the law. That's a good thing. And two, it really comes down to and has to do a lot with consumer protection. And so I guess what I'll say about that is, so ExpressBet is already committed to providing a secure legal experience, but that should be guaranteed to all New Hampshire residents, whether through ExpressBet or another provider. And how this compares to other states. So we currently operate in 38 states. In 22, we have a license. And so it would be great to add New Hampshire as number 23. Also, a side note about the bill. So this is generally supported by industry, obviously by lottery. It's at the request of lottery. It came out of Senate Ways and Means with unanimous ought to pass recommendation passed the Senate on a voice vote. There was no opposition in the Senate, and I'm still not aware of any opposition at this point. So again, thank you very much for this opportunity to testify, and I also provided or passed up written testimony with more information about ExpressBet, and that's from Jean Chabrer, ExpressBet's Vice President of Regulatory Affairs. So thank you.
Would you be open to questions from the committee?
I sure would.
Awesome. Questions from the committee? Representative Doucette?
Yeah, just a quick question. Have you, and do you at present, have you been taking online bets on horse racing since 2002?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I have a stupid question. How do you ensure someone's over 18? How do you verify that?
So ExpressBet uses a third party to verify identity, age, residence, and that's really robust technology. So that's a very important piece of what we do. You know, when someone comes onto the app, wants to use the system, that is the very first thing that takes place. We need to verify their identity, make sure they are who they say they are.
Thank you very much. Other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, the chair will recognize Peter Bragdon, who is representing Churchill Downs.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the committee. For the record, Peter Bragdon. I'm a senior policy advisor at Preddy Strategies here representing Churchill Downs. And a thing you may not know about me is I, for a number of years, taught high school math. And one thing I learned was you never hand out what you want to deal with before you want to deal with it, because then people spend all their time looking at it. So I, with great trepidation, hand out my suggestions before I actually say anything, but I'll get to that in a moment. So here today representing Churchill Downs. Churchill Downs is best known, and it's been mentioned earlier today, as home of the Kentucky Derby, which is the longest continuously running sporting event in America, having started in 1875 and the first Saturday in May. This May will be the 149th running of the Kentucky Derby. And fun fact, the Kentucky Derby and Churchill Downs was started by the grandson of William Clark of Lewis and Clark Expedition fame. So, but at trivia night at the bar, never know, might win with that one. So Churchill Downs is a publicly traded corporation. We have more than 30 racetracks and gaming facilities in more than a dozen states, including the Chasers Poker Room in Salem. As mentioned before, we have a Twin Spires division that offers advanced deposit wagering and live video from all major race courses in the United States and abroad, including tracks from the United Kingdom, Sweden, Japan, New Zealand, Australia, and South Africa. Here this morning in support of Senate Bill 190 with some suggested changes to consider. I would say that we feel SB 190 would give certainty and predictability to the state's regulation of advanced deposit wagering. As was mentioned earlier, there is some gray area, I guess it seems, as to whether it's legal or not, or at least whether it's covered by federal law or state law. And we feel it's best to get that resolved. We do operate in more than 30 states, and it would certainly be good to have the regulatory structure clarified. We do ask the committee consider a few changes, and I didn't keep a copy of that for myself, but I believe the first one is to take out the, maybe could I get a copy of what I handed out? Oh yeah, now I remember. So the first change is relatively simple, removing some words. So at the end of the last sentence of a proposed new paragraph 22-C3, remove everything after the word chapter. So on line 21 would end at the word chapter. And I put the explanation there. Basically, the goal of this whole paragraph is to allow evidence of surety bonds used in other jurisdictions to be allowed to be submitted in New Hampshire as well. One of the goals is to make it so that all the various vendors of ADW services aren't doing different things in every single state. So there's pretty much everybody does it the same way, except this language about payments due to the account holders is not something that I believe appears in other states. So it would make it a little more difficult. We do believe, however, that the account holders are still protected because if you look at the bill on line 28, just a little bit further down from that, the Lottery Commission will require a plan of operation to be submitted that has to be approved by the Lottery Commission. And line 28 says that that plan of operation has to include procedures to protect the security of account holders' accounts and their information. So we believe it's covered by that. And I will say that these have all been changes all been run by Lottery, who has approved them, and Senator Lang also indicated he would be acceptable with them as well. The second suggested change is to add some language to paragraph F on page 2, line 4, and that deals with a financial audit. And as I mentioned before, Churchill Downs is a publicly traded corporation. Twin Spires is a division. So there's a number of financial audits that we already go through and submit to the Securities and Exchange Commission. So we asked, there was some gray area as to whether that might be considered suitable for F, and we thought it'd be better if it was clearly spelled out that it would. And again, Lottery has agreed to that. And then last but not least, add the words for cause under that paragraph 5, which appears on line 9 of page 2. This involves the Lottery revoking the plan of operation, so we just requested that it be for cause, not that we have any dispute with the Lottery Commission or the folks at Lottery now. They've been very gracious and flexible, so don't anticipate a problem, but I'll say the lawyers pointed that out, so I'm not a lawyer, so. So those are the changes we would suggest, and there may be others that other vendors have suggested, but I'll speak for these, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you all may. Oh, I'm sorry. One other thing I should mention is, almost forgot this, the line 12 on page 2, and then I will say Lottery has agreed with the changes I handed out to you. Lottery has not agreed. They know I'm going to be bringing this up. Have not agreed with anything on that I'm about to say. Line 12 indicates that there'll be a revenue sharing, if you will, of 2.25% of everything, all wagers accepted. We have a simulcast provision in state law that has a similar structure, but the rate there is only 1.25%. So in our mind, these are two different forms of betting on horse races, and maybe it'd be better if those two numbers were the same, but that's for you folks to consider. And having said that, I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have. Though I will say people have made it out like I'm an expert on horse racing and can answer any questions that come up. I may not be able to.
Yes, questions from the committee. And welcome, Representative Stringham. Nice to see you.
You too. You as well. Thank you for inviting me. Question on your amendment number 2. You say the wagering provider is a subsidiary. Would it be acceptable to say a wholly owned subsidiary rather than one that's only partially owned by the parent company?
I don't know enough to comment on that, but I can understand why that might be a reasonable request on your part.
Secondly, publicly traded company. There's some publicly traded companies, and not yours in particular, but they're just bulletin boards. There's not the same degree of public auditing and rigor. Would it be acceptable to say a publicly traded company on a major stock exchange?
I would think so.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Doucette, did I see your hand up?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I've got 2 questions. One is, how long has Twin Spires been taking bets in New Hampshire?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I'm not sure how long. I understand it's been quite some time. Although I will say Churchill Twin Spires no longer operates in New Hampshire as of last year.
As of last year?
Yeah, partly due to the issue of the gray area, regulatory, and everything else.
Okay. And during the time that they were operating, I know the one remaining license in the state to take simulcast betting is the Brook now, and they're paying 1.25% on gross wages. What did Twin Spires pay to the state of New Hampshire during that time?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm going to guess the answer is 0.
Thank you.
Other questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Ors.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So does Churchill Downs plan to reimburse the state of New Hampshire for the operation it ran illegally for a number of years?
I think, thank you for the question, Representative. I think the dispute is whether it ran illegally or not. And as pointed out by Senator Lang, the Attorney General's office requested this specific statute, so there's a regular structure in place. It's advanced deposit wagering is permitted by the Interstate Horse Racing Act, and there's nothing in New Hampshire statute that prohibits it. So in our view, it was something that was allowed, and the state could tax it if they chose to.
It was, you tapered off at the end.
Is there a
Oh, the
follow-up?
state.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
It was allowed by federal law. It wasn't prohibited by state law. And if the state had chosen to tax it, then it would have been taxable. But at the time, there was no tax on it.
Follow up?
I guess I disagree with the
Follow
point
up,
that it was
but
illegal.
I would just
Sorry.
remind committee members, we are not here to debate people who are testifying, and we are definitely not here to suggest motives or anything like that. So just be professional, please. Thank you.
Thank you. So you may not be aware of it, but are you willing to look into it and get back to us with an answer?
And look into what? I'm sorry.
Whether or not the operation was run illegally?
Well, I can tell you that Churchill Downs believes it was not.
That doesn't mean it wasn't illegal.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That's enough. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Conforti, welcome to Ways and Means from the New Hampshire Lottery Commission.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is John Conforti. I'm the Chief Compliance Officer for the New Hampshire Lottery Commission. Thank you for having my testimony here today. As Senator Lang indicated, the Lottery Commission asked for this bill to be put forward. And to give a little bit of background on this, and I know it's been spoken about a bit, advanced deposit wagering has been going on for quite some time, multiple decades, I believe, and primarily at this point in time, it's done online. I think traditionally there was the ability to actually call into the track, have an account on hand at the track, and be able to bet over the phone. And obviously, as we've gone into the era of smartphones, that has migrated to online apps, and several online apps are currently operating in New Hampshire and have been for some time. And as has been mentioned, Twin Spires, which is probably the largest in the industry, was operating for quite some time in New Hampshire and voluntarily ceased operations in the fall of this year after discussions with the Lottery Commission and the Department of Justice. To give a background on the legality of this activity, there is, as was mentioned, a federal law, the Interstate Horse Racing Act, which permits this type of activity to happen across state lines. For example, sports betting cannot happen across state lines. It has to happen within the boundaries of each particular state where it's either authorized or not. Horse racing has broad ability to cross state lines. However, states have the ability to then either approve of that activity or disapprove of that activity. So a number of these operators operate in New Hampshire under a license issued by the state of Oregon. And Oregon is the common state for licensure for a number of them. And then the 50 states and territories fall into sort of three different buckets. There are states that authorize this activity specifically and regulate it and collect money from it. There are those that strictly forbid it, and then there's a gray area in between. Until now, New Hampshire has laid in the gray area. And certainly the Lottery Commission was concerned that some of these activities may be in conflict with some of our gaming statutes. We asked the Department of Justice to take a look at this. And they were, as Senator Lang indicated, and I don't speak for the Department of Justice, although I used to work there, I do not speak for them now. And when I worked there, they didn't let me speak for them. So I certainly won't do it now. But there was, essentially there was an inconclusive decision. And ultimately, with respect to Churchill Downs and Twin Spires, there was a voluntary decision made to exit the market while it remained in the gray area until we could operate in the white area. This bill is essentially what we're trying to do, is bring this in to regulate the state by the state directly, so that we're not reliant on the regulations of Oregon or the oversight of Oregon. And certainly we want to make sure that New Hampshire players are protected, that the best practices of the industry in terms of protection of personal account information, responsible gaming, and making sure that wagers are protected and paid out properly is all done in New Hampshire in accordance with New Hampshire rules. So that is why we asked for this to come forward, and we appreciate Senator Lang taking that up for us. One other thing, and then I'll certainly open up for questions. Churchill Downs obviously brought forward a number of revisions. We do not agree with the revision of the tax structure or the market share agreement that is in there. Obviously, it is different than the rate that the tracks pay, but certainly different types of gaming are subject to different structures all the time. Tracks obviously have a significant investment here in New Hampshire and significant cost basis in terms of the personnel that they employ here. And certainly that comes into effect when we look at what the appropriate market share agreement for New Hampshire is. But with respect to the other changes that are suggested, those have been discussed not just with Churchill Downs, but with other members of the industry, and the Lottery Commission feels comfortable with the language that has been proposed and would endorse that change. And then one last thing, and then I will stop talking and answer questions. I understand that some of the local tracks may be concerned about the differentiation in rate because they also do advanced deposit wagering. We do not want to set up a situation where local actors who are doing ADW are treated differently. I think that could lead to significant problems from a legal perspective. Certainly, wagers at the track will remain subject to the same tax. But we're asking that all ADW activities, whether it be done by national companies or done by New Hampshire companies, be subject to this new legislation if you were to pass it. So with that, I'll end my remarks, lengthy remarks. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. A lot to learn. Representative Platt.
I did not catch what you do not agree with, and perhaps you could point out where it is on this sheet.
So I do not have a copy of that.
The changes?
Yes.
So those are the changes they're asking for, and then obviously they're concerned about that rate. versus-
Okay. So it is at page 2, line 12, the 2.25%. They would like that reduced to 1.25%. And that is the only change that we are not in favor of.
Might take us a minute if you could just give us a second to
Absolutely.
absorb all that fabulous information you just gave us.
I apologize. I tend to run on very long and with a lot of words.
We're also taking notes, so sometimes it takes a little bit. Representative Doucette.
And thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Also, what Mr. Bragdon offered was a change to the bond at present. I know the one operator has to be bonded. Would the lottery be in opposition to removing that bond?
So
also.
Representative Doucette, thank you for the question. As I read the language and as we agree to it, it does not remove the bonding requirement. It makes the bond applicable to the payments to the state as opposed to the accounts themselves, the player accounts themselves being bonded for the player accounts. And that is similar to how we do it with tracks and with sports betting right now. Essentially, we protect the player accounts by doing an overview of we ensure monthly that there's enough money in the reserve account to cover all of the player accounts. So there is no need to bond on that. We did when we drafted this language, that was an oversight on our part. We would not normally have gaming bonds apply to player funds. We protect player funds through other means of monitoring and control.
Representative Rochefort.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for coming in today. And I apologize if this was mentioned earlier. I was late myself, but as I understand this, the operations right now are in a gray area. No one's really sure what's going on. Legislation would clearly define the activity. So skipping to the last page on the fiscal note, you're estimating or assuming there's $17 million in this type of wagering going on. If this is kind of off the record, and no one really knows what really is happening, how did you come up with these numbers to assume that level of wagering?
So thank you for the question, Representative. We have had a very robust conversation with the industry, and the industry has actually been quite receptive to regulation. And these are discussions that have happened over the last few years, along with our legal review with the Department of Justice. And so that number was based partly on information that is known from other states and doing a per capita analysis, but also from some direct information that was provided by the industry itself. So we feel fairly comfortable that that is a reasonable effort at what is currently happening here in the state of New Hampshire.
Representative Janinian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. There's been ongoing concern that how do we prevent people who are 18 years of age or younger than 18 from betting? And I can see that on line 23, the commission will not license a advanced deposit wagering place unless you have verified, your department has verified those methods.
That's correct.
How confident or how is that done? I think a third-party app was mentioned before. Do you know what that third-party app is, and how confident are we that that works?
Yes. So different operators use different third parties. So most of them actually use multiple third parties to verify that an individual who signs up is in a database. And they check with their social security number, their date of birth, their address, and checking against public the databases that they use. We have a very high degree of confidence that that those users are verifiable. Also, another piece of this is that when they fund their accounts, that account also has to be tied to the person who has signed up for the account. In those instances where the database doesn't match, because there are instances of that, then the person is prompted to actually upload a picture of themselves with their photo ID. And again, with respect to gaming across the industry, whether it be sports betting or horse racing or other iGaming, that is the industry standard. Our experience with this is that there is a very, very low rate of fraud online. In fact, these databases are incredibly effective at identifying who is opening the account. And the data that is associated with an account, again, both the what we call KYC or know your customer information that comes from the databases, along with geographic information that comes and banking information that comes, we have a very, very high degree of confidence in who is coming in to open an account and operate an account. And so those would all be things that would be fleshed out in the plan of operation. And certainly we have an understanding of what the highest level of industry standards are, and we would hold operators to that level, if that makes sense.
Other questions from the committee? Representative Rochford.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize. I made a note of this and didn't ask you. So some of the guidelines that it sets out on page 1, starts on line 22. The legislation defines at minimum that the operator shall essentially submit a plan of operation for operating their business. And it defines 6 or 7 things that it requires by legislation. And the last thing, it says other requirements established by the commission in rule. That seems pretty open-ended to me. So, I mean, what other requirements could you conceivably ask for that maybe we could tighten this up rather than give a blank check to the commission?
So I appreciate the question. I certainly understand. I think if we knew specifically what other issues might arise, that we would have enumerated them. And so I certainly understand that the legislature's hesitancy to provide that open-ended or rulemaking authority. What I would say is that often what we don't, this is online gaming is still a relatively new industry. And the things that we see that come up as risks or things that we want operators to do does change, over a 3 to 6 month time period. We may see an exploit that happens in another state, and it may be something that we would ask. Certainly cybersecurity is something that we have put into this bill, but in the past, it's not something that has been forward-facing in the legislation or in the rulemaking, but obviously that is of the utmost importance right now. We've learned that. So I guess my very long answer is I don't know what would come up. I do think I understand the reticence of the legislature. I do think from my perspective that having the ability in rulemaking to be a little more nimble to address items as they come up, as opposed to coming back to the full legislature. And obviously the rulemaking does go through JLCAR, is necessary given the state of changes that happen in the industry and the tempo of those changes. So I can't tell you right now what we might be asking for. But certainly if we did come up with something, we would want to address it with JLCAR within a 3 to 6 month period, as opposed to the legislature, depending on the legislature's schedule.
Follow up.
All right, thank you. And I get that. I mean, especially, and I think probably, and I understand and I can appreciate the desire to be nimble, and especially in an industry that is so tech oriented. I mean, you look at what we carry around in our pockets versus what we carried around 2 years ago is a huge difference. But I hope you can appreciate, my concern in that, it's open-ended, and so I think we have we see each other's. So what kind of language could we put in there that would maybe satisfy maybe some of my concerns, where we're giving an agency a blank check to take technology and who knows what with it? I mean, is there something that we could add there to approve by legislature, approved by Ways and Means, not to exceed, something like that, or is that the only way that we could achieve what you're looking for, what it's written right now in letter H, line 8?
So I think, perhaps tying it back to an already existing statutory requirement, say, and other requirements that would fulfill the statutory requirements as written, would make sure that we are not wandering outside of your original intent. I do appreciate the question and understand the concern. It's just that I can't see the future, but I do think that would perhaps give you some assurance that we are not going to go outside of what you intended as you approved this. And obviously there are also the controls in place of going through JLCAR and ensuring, and OLS is very good about making sure that we don't wander outside of the statute's four corners. So perhaps language to that effect may be helpful.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, I do not have any more pink cards on SB 190. Is there anyone else here who would like to speak? Seeing none, we will close the public hearing on SB 190. Now, what is next? Thank you. Okay, we will now open up the hearing on Senate Bill 189, and the chair recognizes the prime sponsor, Senator Tim Lang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's been so long since I've been here. I appreciate the opportunity to do this bill. I do want to just take a slight diversion to answer a question that came up about rules. And do understand that rules, I serve as the vice chair of JALCAR. For freshman legislators that may not understand what JALCAR is, the Joint Legislative Committee on Administrative Rules. And so anytime a commission or an agency wants to submit a rule or rule change, there are three forms that the rules can take. They can do an emergency one, which means that we have an immediate issue that is public safety related. So a lot of times we have these coming out of DHHS and the Department of Safety, and because it has a direct impact on citizen safety. We have an interim rule, which is here's a set of temporary rules we want to run by while we run through rulemaking process. And the last one is a final rule proposal, which is here's the rule we adopted after having public hearings and vetting it out. So that comes before it's a 10-member committee that's made up of both senators and House members that have to approve those rules. So in the case of what we just heard, where we're granting a rulemaking authority to an agency, just understand that's not a blank check. It still has to come back to the legislature and get approval from the legislature. So just to make sure you knew what it was. So we'll go back onto this bill. Sorry for my little diversion there. So this bill was brought forward at a constituent request. The short version of this bill is, as members of Ways and Means, you know that we've always have a concern about credit carry forward. How much money are we holding on to the state where a person can take a deduction and we hold it? And we've made legislative changes to reduce that credit carry forward that DRA holds. From we're down, I think, to 500% this year, then 250% in a future year, and then it finally goes to we can only hold a maximum of 100% of credit carry forward for a business liability. What this bill seeks to do is address one of those issues, and it's relative to the business interest expenses that a business has. Currently, a business has to take that deduction over 4 years. So they're allowed to take 30% in the first year of that deduction, and 30% in the second year, then 30% in the third year, and then in the end they can take the final 10% to get 100% deduction out of their business profits tax. What this bill seeks to do is accelerate that, and so we don't have these carry forwards that are going forward. It says that 100% of what they incur in the first year can be taken in the first year. So we don't have this carry forward of 30%, 30%. 10% in the next years forward. That's the short version of this bill. It just allows them to take that. Understand that there are times when especially our multi-state businesses here in the state compete with other states for the manufacture of a product. So I'm going to use things like Frudenberg, Anheuser-Busch that have plants outside the state of New Hampshire. And when a business has to compete for that product to make it in New Hampshire. So again, a can of beer at Anheuser-Busch can be made just as equally over in Ohio or down in New Jersey. And so each plant basically bids, or for lack of a better phrase, competes for who gets to make those 100,000 cases of beer, or makes the widget in the manufacturing. In the case of Frudenberg, right? They can just easily make it in one of their outside New Hampshire plants, and so New Hampshire's competing to do that. So one of the ways we can help them is to clean up this language to make it so that in second and third year they're more profitable, and be able to take care of that. Understanding that New Hampshire still gets 100% of its revenue. And none of this, the only difference is instead of taking it over 4 years, we take the hit in the first year, then our business profits tax are raised in year 2, 3, and 4 because we're not taking this deduction off the business profits. I'll happily take questions, but to be honest with you, I am by no stretch an expert in the IRS code 163J, but there are some people here who are. Basically, we're decoupling this from the federal government that allows this 30-30-30-10 deduction and taking it all up front, that deduction all up front. So again, I think the big thing for revenues, as Ways and Means we're talking about, is just understand that we still get all the money we're supposed to get. The only difference is it's in the years that we take it. So.
Thank you, Senator. Is this your bill lets us go back to what we were just doing a few years ago? Is that correct?
I believe it does. We adopted the IRS code a while back, and then they changed the IRS code. And so we're still stuck with that change. And so we're looking to bring it back to the way it was so businesses can better compete.
This would let us decouple from that.
Decouples from that.
Yeah, making New Hampshire unique. Representative Almy. Representative Platt.
Thank you. My only question, Senator Lang, is do you do anything besides write bills?
I believe in constituent service and servicing our agencies, so I tend to get a lot of phone calls.
Representative Almy.
Thank you. I am really confused here because the language that you've got is totally different from that 30-30-30-10 that I thought we'd already fooled with. Can you explain how you get 30-30-30-10 out of that formula that caps the business expense deduction to the sum of business interest income, 30% of the adjusted taxable income and floor plan financing expense?
Thank you. So again, my understanding is this is a credit carry forward issue. So again, a business they have 100% of the deduction in the first year, but they're only allowed to claim 30. In the next year, they can claim the balance of the 30, and then the next year, because we cap it at 30%, so they can cap it each year. They can keep applying for that credit carry forward of the interest charge against the business profits tax, but they have to take it over 4 years to get the full 100%, so 30%, 30%, 30%, and then 10% in the last year. This just moves the 100% all the way up to the front. That's all.
Follow?
No, follow.
I heard that the other parts of that formula that I read are from specific kinds of businesses that maybe usually wouldn't come into it. I'm hoping someone in back is going to be able to help us figure out.
Sure. So
how
again,
we get 4
I'd
years.
ask you to ask that question. I think Simon's going to speak. Mr. Thompson is probably a good one to ask that question.
Thank you.
All right, other questions over here? Yes, Representative Southworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I didn't find the word in here. Is this in some ways enabling it, or is it forcing them? I was looking for kind of the breakdown. If it was better for their business to still do the old system, can they?
I actually don't know the answer to that question. I know DRA is here, and
Okay.
they may be able to answer it. Again,
Because it says allow businesses. It doesn't say they must.
so I
I'm
guess
just
I would argue
curious,
that's enabling
Because
language, not
businesses
mandatory
have
language.
different needs. So thank you.
Okay, I'm going to, Representative Fellows.
Yes, I'm just wondering if you can tell me the year or the bill number so I could find the bill that changed it.
I honestly don't have that information.
Okay.
Other questions from the committee? We have other people presenting, just so you know, that may be able to get more technical on this. Representative Almy, did you have another question? Are you okay? Okay, great. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Okay. We will now recognize David Juve from the BIA.
Testify, but I think it might be best for the committee and myself if I defer to Simon Thompson and his guest.
I don't have a pink card. Okay, I got an Allen. Okay, yes. Thank you. Deferred, and we will send it to Mr. Allen. And I'm going to kill your last name, so I'll let you. Thank you. From Global Business Alliance. Welcome to Ways and Means.
Thank you. And I have some handouts for the committee. These handouts were information previously submitted to the committee, but we thought it would be good to have it in front of you.
Could you explain your support of this bill and why? And
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Hello, Chair Sanborn, Vice Chair Janigan, and members of the House Ways and Means Committee. My name is Alan Pasetsky, and I'm a tax consultant for the Global Business Alliance, or GBA, and I'm testifying today in support of SB 189. GBA proudly represents nearly 200 American companies with a global heritage and advocates on issues that impact the U.S. subsidiaries of international companies, which employ over 50,000 people in the state. In New Hampshire, employment in international companies has increased by 22% over the past 5 years, while the state's overall private sector employment has decreased by 1%. New Hampshire ranks third in the nation in terms of the concentration of jobs created by foreign direct investment, with 9% of the state's private sector workforce being employed by international companies. Additionally, out of the state's entire international-based workforce, nearly half of the jobs in the manufacturing sector. And you'll find more of this information in the materials we submitted before and that you have in front of you now. So GBA supports 189 because it drives business growth and employment in the state by decoupling from the interest expense limitations imposed by the Federal Internal Revenue Code, Section 163J. Let me explain a little further. For federal and state income tax purposes, corporations determine their taxable income simply by calculating their gross income, subtracting their allowable deductions. One of the typical allowable deductions for corporations is interest expense that results from loans or debt taken out to finance their operations or expansion. Like ordinary business expenses, interest expense has always been deductible, but this deduction was severely limited back in 2018 federally because of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act as a trade-off for other items such as a much lower federal corporate rate. When New Hampshire decided to follow and conform with the federal code in 2020, they were 2 years behind, which was good here. New Hampshire employers faced an inadvertent automatic tax increase because they now conformed to these federal limitations. Sadly, this tax escalates the cost for companies who want to expand their operations and increase employment in the state. But thankfully, SB 189, New Hampshire now has the opportunity to join a growing number of states that have realized this conformity creates bad policy for investment. In fact, there are 18 states that certainly currently right now do not impose any such limitation on interest expense, including Connecticut, which decoupled a few years ago. SB 189 would encourage the financing of new investments, which is especially critical in this time of interest rate escalation. So allowing for this full deductibility by decoupling, as SB 189 would do, would enable businesses to devote more resources to workforce development initiatives, research and development, and expansion. For these reasons, we urge the passage of SB 189 to ensure New Hampshire remains a competitive destination for international companies to create high-quality jobs. I thank you, Representative Moffett, for sponsoring the bill, and Chair Sanborn for the committee's time and consideration. And I'd like to answer any questions right now.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Representative Rochford has a question.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for coming and explaining this. And just to break it down into layman's terms here. So when I file my taxes personally, I can write 100% of my mortgage interest off. But as a business, I can't write 100% of my business interest off because we've coupled now with 163J.
Exactly.
We have to spread it out, which then ultimately, as I'm understanding, it creates a liability for the state because we've got this deduction that's we're carrying forward. Did I understand that?
The first part is correct. Thank you for your question. Let me try to clarify.
Sure.
Because I think there's been some misunderstanding based on what I heard earlier. So like you said, personal level, you can deduct your mortgage interest in full. Businesses have this interest expense limitation now. It's a formula, and you may not be able to deduct all of it. For the amount you cannot deduct, it carries forward into the following year. And now we run the calculation again and see how much you can deduct. If you can't deduct all of that now, it carry forward to another year. So what this bill would do is it would say, we're going to decouple, and beginning in 2024, you can fully deduct like you deduct your mortgage interest.
Follow up.
Thank you. So I'm just thinking about it as a small business owner who have an LLC versus my brother who's incorporated. Are there differentiations in New Hampshire based on how you've incorporated? So could I write as an LLC, my business write off 100%, but his business only write off 30%, 30%, 30%?
Good question. The provision, section 163J, that's the code provision, only applies to corporations with receipts in excess of a certain amount, which I believe currently is $25 million. It might be a little bit higher if it was indexed for inflation, but that's the range. So corporations that have less than that number of receipts or operate differently, as you said, in a different form. They're not a corporation. They might be an LLC. They might be an individual, don't have this limitation.
Other questions from the committee? Representative Almy.
Yes, that would be C corps,
C Corps,
Yes.
correct.
not S corps. And we have no way, decent way of estimating how much money we're talking about might hit the FY24, FY25 budget. And I guess it would depend a lot on whether a bunch of businesses decided, okay, we've been putting off making this investment, but now we're all going to make it in the same year. And I'm wondering if there's any way, given the huge numbers of oddities that we've found that we've got in our tax code right now around the business profits tax, that we could smooth this out.
Okay, so to answer your question, as you said, and as we heard in the Senate hearing, the DRA determined this was an indeterminate revenue number because it just depends on so many facts. Like you said, companies could decide to invest more. It also depends how much income they have, because when you run that calculation I mentioned, you don't know all of those variables for every company. So to your question about leveling, and it goes to your question as well, Representative Rochefort, is remember we said that some interest is disallowed and it carries forward to the next year, and then you run the calc and it could go forward. So if we make this bill effective 1/1/24 as proposed, as you're pointing out, Representative Almay, you have this carry forward perhaps for a company from prior years. Now this was effective 2020, so you'd have 4 years potentially of carry forwards. And I see your concern would be that not only would you be deducting your interest from 2024, but some of the interest that came forward from the prior years, and you're concerned about the revenue. One way to fix that concern, if people have that concern on this committee, is to provide that carry forward amount from prior years, instead of being deductible entirely in 2024, would be deductible over a certain number of years, say 4 years. So in 2024, you would only deduct your 2024 interest, and then you would take 1/4 of your carry forward. 2025, you would take the second quarter, 2026 the third, 2027 the fourth, and now you would be done. You'd leveled it, and now you'd be on a go forward only basis. We have actually drafted an amendment, if the committee desires, that would be a simple add-on to meet that request.
Thank you.
Representative Janigian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So in the scenario you just said, if we leveled it over 4 years, but in 2024, if a company made a new investment, that would be deductible, the whole thing immediately.
Its 2024 interest, yes, would be fully deductible. It's just the things coming from prior years, you wouldn't get all in one shot, which creates this potential revenue issue that Representative Almay mentioned. That will level.
Thank you.
Excellent. Are you local if we had a work session on this to join us again?
I am not, but I can be here very quickly.
Thank you. Wonderful.
And I
Thank you.
do have a copy of the amendment I could circulate.
Please, that would be
It's-
helpful.
we tried to make it as simple as possible by just adding it on to the current provision to expedite the process here. So I'll pass that out on my way out.
That would be helpful. Thank you very much. Oh, Representative Fellows has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you give me some kind of sense of the federal restriction? Does it only come into play when a large percentage of their expenditures are interest payments?
It's actually a complicated calculation, but to simplify it, you look at your total interest expense from everything, and that's a number. And then you look at your total taxable income with some adjustments. And you could take 30% of that taxable income as your deduction. So if your adjusted income is 100, you can only deduct $30 of interest. If you happen to have 40, 10 of it would not be allowed. If you had 20, it would all be allowed, if that helps. It's a percentage of your income that you're limited to in taking a deduction.
Follow up?
So you're talking about gross income or
It's
gross
taxable
revenue?
income.
Taxable
No, it's
income?
taxable income with special adjustments, but we could just say taxable income for this purpose.
The tax code is very complicated. We're trying to simplify it. Yes, Representative Platt.
Thank you for taking the question. I assume that's taxable, not really taxable income. It's income that would have been taxable, except you have to add all the interest back in so that you can do the
You
calculation.
do, that is one of the adjustments to add the interest back in. That is correct. That's a good point.
Thank you very much. Mr. Juve, did you want to come up now? Okay, great. Thank you. Because the only other pink cards I have, just FYI, are from the DRA. And I'm sure they'll be here to help us technically on things. Juve.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Dave Juve. I'm a Senior Vice President for Public Policy with the Business and Industry Association. We are here in support of Senate Bill 189. I want to actually take more of a 30,000-foot view level of this issue. And the first thing I think it's important to understand is, because this deals with a decoupling from the federal tax code, why states choose to couple in the first place. And the answer is, for businesses, in general, it's helpful if state tax laws mirror federal tax laws. They're familiar with federal tax laws, and it makes state tax laws easier to understand and follow. In 2020, if I remember back correctly, when we chose to update our coupling with the federal tax code, I believe up until that point, we were coupled with, I think, the 2012 IRS tax code. So we were pretty out of date in terms of newer federal tax regulations. So the decision was made to couple. And as I said, in general, that is something that's beneficial for businesses. What happened in this specific instance is, with the tax reform acts, the federal tax reform acts in 2017, the federal government gave some things and the federal government took away some things. One of the things they gave was lower overall federal corporate tax rates. One of the things that they took away, I'm not sure that's proper grammar, but in order to make up for that lost revenue, was reducing some deductions that businesses previously were able to take. And this interest deduction was one of those examples. Because New Hampshire is now coupled with that, and it makes sense on the federal level, because companies got to take advantage of the newer, lower tax rate at the federal level, and there was, something that wasn't as robust as it was, but it all balanced out or maybe worked out to their benefit. What happened in terms of this specific provision at the state level, though, is we were caught up in that deduction, but there was no corresponding benefit to companies at the state tax level. So, Madam Chair, I think you were correct in your statement earlier. What this bill is essentially doing, or the result of this, would be to give back to companies at the state level something that they already had previous to that federal tax reform. The other thing I want that was mentioned, but I want to emphasize, is that companies here in New Hampshire do compete with other companies around the country, and they even compete within their own companies for other locations around the company. And as the previous testifier noted, a number of states have already moved to decouple on this issue, and many, many other states are considering doing so. So we would encourage the committee to look positively on this bill. I would be happy to try and address any questions that you might have.
Representative Ames.
Yeah, just maybe you can help me out here. It was mentioned that there's a divide between big companies above 25 million and smaller companies. And could you clarify how that the bigger companies versus the smaller companies are affected or not affected by this change?
The first of all, it was the previous testifier that mentioned that, not
Yeah,
myself.
I-
And I will take him at his word. I am assuming that that is correct. I'm sure it is. The change is that those larger companies are ones that have to comply with that new change in the federal tax code. If you have less revenue or you're structured differently, according to the previous testifier, and I believe he is probably correct, you don't need to comply with those specific provisions. There may be others that you do have to comply with.
Did you have a follow-up? Yep.
I'm sorry. So my understanding then is that this change is helpful to those companies that are above that $25 million, assuming all of that's correct, are the ones that are helped, the bigger companies, and the smaller companies are simply not affected by this.
Yeah, they are not hurt by it, but if we can assume that all of that is correct, that's correct. This would benefit companies that are above that threshold. But I would add, those are also the companies that are providing a huge amount of employment in the state, and we want to make sure that they receive that help, especially if it's just going back to the way things were before, and it's something that other states are already implementing.
Representative Almy.
Thank you. Could you tell us what the other states received that we didn't? You said that when we went into conformity with what the Tax Jobs and Tax Cuts and Jobs Act had done, that other states got a benefit that balanced this provision, whereas we didn't.
No, I
thought that's what you said.
must have been unclear. All states, this would have impacted all states that were coupled to the federal tax code. What I meant to say, and was, I guess, unclear, because of this negative ramification at the state level, a number of states around the country, I believe the number was 18 that the previous testifier said, have already decoupled from the federal tax code, going back to whatever their previous law was. If it was 100% the way it was in New Hampshire, then it would have gone back to 100%. I don't know what all the individual state taxes were that they went back to, but my point is they saw the ramifications of remaining coupled on this one provision and implemented a decoupling for that.
Did you have follow-up? Yes.
Yes, a second question, if I can remember it again, related to that one. Isn't it so that if a large corporation moved here or stayed here, they would, a number of them at any rate, would be using subcontractors inside New Hampshire? Well, it's
Maybe.
certainly
I don't
true
really
B-
have a way of
BAE, but I don't know.
answering that.
Yeah.
Perhaps. I don't know.
But there might be some fallout that would help someone else. You don't know.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Representative Phillips?
Thank you. This is just a follow-up to Representative Ames' question. Do you have any idea about how many companies fall into that above 25 million bracket?
Here in New Hampshire, that's a good question. I don't know the answer to it, but I know there is someone here from DRA, and they're reluctant. Well, they're prohibited from talking about individual companies, but they can talk about companies in the aggregate, and they might be able to help you with that. I personally don't know the answer to it.
Yes. Representative Albuquerque.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Among the states, this is a follow-up on Representative Almy's question. you mentioned that there are about 18 states that decoupled from the federal regulations. What kinds of ramifications, if any, have there been either to companies choosing to or not to do business in those states and on the revenues that those states are receiving?
It's a great question. I don't know the answer to it. I suspect some of those changes are so recent that we may not know the answer, but I personally can't answer that. I don't know.
Is there anyone who does?
I,
And how do we get that information?
I guess I would ask the DRA if they might be able to query their counterparts in other states.
Thank you.
Not that I'm trying to throw DRA under the bus, but
Representative Almy.
Yeah, just isn't would you agree that it's that this state depends a great deal more on our business profits tax than any other state depends on their business taxes?
I would agree and have often made that point to the committee. But I would also remind the committee what Senate Bill 189 is essentially doing is going back to a point that was the case in New Hampshire relatively recently. So it's not, in my mind, it's certainly making a change from where we are now, but the change takes us back to where we were 3 or 4 years ago.
Other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank
Thank
you
you.
for your testimony. And we will now welcome up the folks from DRA, Keen Wong and Frederick. And Frederick, I'm not sure how to pronounce your last name, so come on up. Help us understand this.
It's Frederick Coolbroth. I'm the Director of Audit for DRA.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's really difficult.
Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Keen Meng Wong, Tax Policy Counsel with the DRA, and with me is Frederick Coolbroth, Junior Director of Audit with the DRA. The department does not have a position on this bill, and we're here to answer any questions that the committee may have on it. Maybe just some brief information. The previous speaker did talk about the IRC conformity. For taxable periods beginning on or after Jan 1, 2020, we are in conformity with the IRC of December 31, 20. For taxable periods beginning on or after Jan 1, 2020, the New Hampshire BPT is in conformity with the IRC of December 31, 2018. And the last time that changed prior to that was for taxable years beginning on or after Jan 1, 2018, when we were in conformity with the IRC of December 31, 2016. And then there were some questions on the 25 million threshold. Essentially, the 163J limitation is applicable is exempted. It's not applicable to taxpayers who meet the gross receipts test of the IRC 448 small c. The gross receipts test is an average gross receipts for the previous 3 years that does not exceed 25 million, and that number is then adjusted with inflation, and right now it's 27 million.
Just to be clear, that's gross receipts overall globally. They
Yes.
could be operating in New Hampshire for less, but this would
That's-
still impact them, so that may encourage them to invest more here.
Yes, the gross receipts is not specifically for New Hampshire. It's on the taxpayer itself. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Are you open to questions now, or did you have more to present?
We're open for questions.
Okay. Representative Elberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to follow up on the question I asked Mr. Jouvet. when you give us revenue estimates for coming years, you're basing that in part on the business taxes that'll come in. If we wind up with a year when there is a significant shift, or let me change that, will there be at least a year where there would be a significant shift if this system goes in, where we're not getting tax revenue over 4 years in little pieces, but one year when all of a sudden we are not getting revenue in a big chunk in 1 year? Is that clear? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Representative. I think that question is really it's a bit challenging to answer, as provided by previous testimonies. We cannot really predict how taxpayers behave in terms of their investments, whether they will make further investments in the future and therefore incurring additional interest on indebtedness. Essentially, this is what it is. It's the 163J limitation is a limitation on the interest indebtedness. And as the two speakers before us mentioned, you would calculate the limitation on a year-over-year basis. So if the following year the business incurs additional interest expense, that would add on to whatever that's carried over from the previous year, based on current law, carried over from the previous year to calculate what, in essence, is below the 30% limitation. With this new proposed legislation, that 163J limitation would be removed, and the taxpayers would be able to claim the full business interest deduction in the year itself. So I guess the answer to the question is, it's a short answer would be it's really indeterminable. Thank you.
Representative Ors.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here, taking my question. So you've looked at these numbers for a lot of years. Is it likely that a business that's incurring these types of interests in 1 year are going to have it in a following year? In other words, the business doesn't end, it's ongoing. So year after year, there's going to be this, either it's going to be all taken in 1 year or it's going to be spread out over 3-4 years. Would you agree with that? Is that correct? Or
I don't think you'll like the answer. We are not able to track that information. That deduction is taken on the federal level. So it's a line on the federal return that we don't track it on our system. So there's no specific line item on the New Hampshire return that says, okay, business interest deduction. Okay, then we can track it. So we're not able to.
okay, so we follow up, please. So we do get the revenue in year one. It's not spread out. Is that correct?
Under current law, you would get the deduction, anything that's less than the 30% limitation, you would get that deduction in that year one, and then anything in excess of the 30% is carried over. The expense that's in excess of the 30% is carried over to next year, and that would be considered as a business interest paid or accrued in that other year, and then add on to any other new business interest expenses incurred in that year. It all adds up together to calculate that 30% test again.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Other questions from the committee? Representative Almy?
Thank you. Keen, I can't remember if you were in your current position in 20. I don't think so, no. So you can't, somebody really should have at the beginning explained to us what the process is when we decide to couple or decouple. Can you do that? When we decide to go to a new level of the IRS tax code, and that we want to use or not use the changes they've made?
From what I can tell from the history of the records that I could see, is that the DRA did multiple, I guess, presentations or provide information to the legislators. I'm not sure if it's specifically to the House Ways and Means, but I'm sure
It
it's
was House
it was House Ways and Means. Yeah. So there were presentations in terms of each item that is relevant to New Hampshire with regards to the changes with the TCJA, what current New Hampshire BPT law says, and then if conforming with the TCJA, what's the impact? If not conforming to the TCJA, what's that impact? So that information was disseminated, and included in there was the business interest deduction.
Do you have some more questions, or did you want to enlighten us?
Well, I'm having trouble trying to figure out how to do this, but I believe that we did not, there were incredible number of changes in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. And would you believe that we didn't get given all of them to look at, that DRA did a first cut? And I can't remember whether whether they showed us this one or not at the time.
Yes, there were multiple amendments to the original bill when the TCJA came out. I think the House had some amendments, and then the federal on the federal side, the Senate has some amendments before it was finally passed. I'm going to suspect that when the DRA made its presentation to the House Ways and Means or to the legislators, it would have been after the bill was signed into law by the president.
Yes.
Yes, and that would have already included all relevant New Hampshire related items, which would include the business interest deduction.
Yes. My colleague thinks that we did take a look at it. But we don't remember why.
Mr. Coolbroth, did you have anything that you wanted to add?
No, I'm just here because this is complicated and two heads are better than one.
Okay,
but
great.
Keen is
Awesome.
doing an excellent job. so.
Excellent. Thank you for being here. Representative Fellows.
Thank you. Can you give me any sort of idea about what sort of company would have interest expenses that exceed 30% of their taxable revenue? I mean, 60% of their, is it 60% of their taxes or 30% of their taxable income? What sort of company or what sort of operation would create that situation?
Essentially, this would be applicable to businesses that take out loans, that sort of take out loans to in their business activity. So I think that would encompass all sorts of businesses. And in terms of whether it's below the 30% or above the 30%, so that 30% is calculated on the adjusted taxable income. And so it's determined whether how well that business is doing. I don't think we can really, I personally cannot generalize which industry would.
In general, manufacturing does have to have a lot of capital outlays in order to buy the manufacturing equipment and the property and the so forth. So they
Right.
tend to have more borrowing costs, if that will help you.
So
Representative Fellows.
there are two, it's the only thing I can think of are like two extremes. So tell me if either of these is not correct. One of them would be kind of like a startup company who's buying like a lot of equipment or setting something up but hasn't really produced anything yet, would be, be paying interest on what they're trying to buy. On the other end would be something like what we heard about, like a retailer that's failing. And so they didn't even have any taxable income because they're, in the hole. So, and they probably were borrowing monies, and that could exceed. So it seems like two both of those be examples?
Thank you for your question, Representative. So, as to answer this specific question, then go back to your prior one. Maybe I'll take them in reverse order. So, as far as which industries, we would have to defer to what the prior speakers, from Dave Jubé from BIA and Alan from the Global Alliance, in terms of their view of which specific industries are generally impacted. We would defer to that. We don't have a particular opinion on that. As far as to your second question, it's generally taxpayers that incur significant amounts of debt relative to their taxable income. So companies over the 25 million, now 27 million threshold that don't have as much taxable income because they might have significant other expenses that are generally deductible and lower their gross income down to their taxable income. That would be consistent with some manufacturers. Again, we can't get into specific taxpayers, but generally manufacturers tend to have significant expenses. Other industries that are expense heavy are going to see their taxable income significantly lowered, and that would pull them into this section of the IRC. That would pull them into this limitation. And of course, they have to have a big appetite for debt. They have to be companies that are incurring significant amounts of debt in order to operate. So those are the type of companies that are impacted by this. It's generally probably not startups because they're probably under the $27 million threshold, but it certainly, if they are rapidly growing, they could find themselves in excess of that threshold. And then to the extent they are incurring significant debt, which many of them do, then they would find themselves impacted by this. But it is probably generally more mature organizations that have had the opportunity to grow, find themselves in excess of the threshold, but require significant debt to operate and incur significant expenses. Those are generally the types of taxpayers impacted by this.
Representative Spilsbury.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I understand that the bill essentially asks us to restore the situation prior to the 2017 federal changes and the adoption of those changes in New Hampshire in 2020. Am I correct that the mechanics here are that the bottom line of the federal return effectively is the top line of the New Hampshire business profits return? And so if we adopt this, it'll be very easy to monitor in the years ahead exactly what adjustments are being taken, because effectively the New Hampshire business taxpayer would enter in an adjustment that would reclaim the portion that they had excluded and deferred on the federal return. So we're going to be able to see precisely and monitor this over the next several years, what impact it may be having on New Hampshire revenues. Is that correct?
Yes. Thank you for the question. That would be correct. That would be an additional line on the BPT return just to record the delta between what's allowed on the federal and what's allowed on the New Hampshire side.
Representative Almy?
Yes, there is a business in the newspapers now, which is very large and incurred a lot of debt a mature business tried to incurred a lot of debt trying to work its way out of its hole and is now in bankruptcy. What happens to our tax when there's a bankruptcy? Not identifying that business, obviously.
Taxes on profits, so.
Yeah, thank you for your question, Representative Olmy. That's generally a complicated question. We have a team of lawyers here at DRA and at DOJ, the Department of Justice, that we deploy to protect the state's interests in the bankruptcy court system. We have a team of lawyers at DRA specifically that monitor all bankruptcy filings and identify not just existing debt of the state, but also potential debts. Distressed taxpayers that potentially have a New Hampshire obligation that has not been flagged for the bankruptcy court. So we do have a robust system in place to identify those potential debts that would be either discharged or satisfied in bankruptcy. As to the specifics of any individual taxpayer, obviously I can't get into that, and it does vary. I know our annual report, or I believe our annual report discloses the amount of bankruptcy debt that our lawyers are able to claw back. But I don't have that number offhand. And again, it is often the case that if a taxpayer is in bankruptcy and they've been in significant distress for some amount of time, they may not have much in the way of New Hampshire debt because almost by definition they've not been profitable for some period of time. Sometimes it can come on quickly though, where they have had a number of profitable years. They do have a potential liability owed to New Hampshire. They're now in significant distress. They've declared bankruptcy, and our lawyers will make sure the state's interest is protected and that the back taxes do get paid, and they do.
Representative Stringham.
Thank you for your testimony, and thanks for taking my question. In terms of the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, as an offset, I guess, for some of the lower tax rates, there were many limitations put on deductions, one of which is directly addressed here is interest. Another one, I believe, and I just asked for your confirmation on this, but we were talking previously about mortgage interest being something that's fully deductible. But in fact, the Tax Cut and Job Act reduced what's called the SALT deduction, or state and local taxes. And I would just ask for your view of whether, if your mortgage interest is high relative to your gross income, whether at least federally, whether your mortgage interest would no longer be effectively fully deductible because of the SALT limitations. So, and that's something that's not addressed at all by this bill. Thank you.
I think my answer is that this bill is relating to the business interest deduction and not to mortgage interest deduction. And I don't know the answer how mortgage interest deduction is impacted. Satisfactory answer.
That is kind of really separate from what we're entertaining here. But we could certainly, maybe next year or later this fall, welcome back the CPA Society. They'd given us a nice overview of taxes. We could welcome them back to do that. Representative Orrs?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for taking my question. So you guys are obviously, excuse me, a wealth of knowledge. In your opinion, or in your estimation with your experience, I probably should ask, is there any material difference in the revenue stream from year to year, do you think, whether we went back to 17, 18, 19? If this was changed, in other words, on a $12 billion revenue, budget, or a $14 billion budget, or this year maybe a $15 billion, is the number we're looking at, is it material?
Once again, that's a question that we might not be able to answer because when looking back at the revenue stream, as you can tell, during COVID, when you were expecting that business taxes would drop, however, businesses were doing really well, and our business revenues had increased. there's so many elements that's in play that goes into the business tax revenue that we collect. So this, because of that change from when we were in conformity with the TCJA, is also right about the time with COVID. It's really not, we're not really able to track anything in that area.
Thank you.
Representative Janigian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Wouldn't it be fair to say that while we may be concerned what we're losing by implementing this, we don't know what we're gaining by implementing this? Because where there is competition among states, who knows? There could be companies that'll say, okay, yeah, New Hampshire is now one of those states I want to invest in. And so now we're potentially collecting more business profits because now that company has decided to do operations in this state. Is that true?
I believe that could be a potential outcome of the bill, but of course we don't have a crystal ball.
Other questions for the DRA? Thank you. And they gave us a great quick guide. Hopefully you all have that. And maybe, did you send the Tax Foundation information as well? Did that go out?
Yes,
Okay, great.
the list with the states.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good.
it was
Excellent.
sent out,
Thank
yep.
you. Want to make sure everyone saw that. Okay, great. I don't have any other pink cards on Senate Bill 189. Is anyone else? Oh, Rep. I apologize. Come on up. I don't have it. So. Oh, okay. We're going to invite back. Let me see if I get it. Alan.
If you'd allow me 5 minutes, 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
2 minutes, I can
Thank
address
you.
some of the points that were made.
Okay, thank
that
you.
weren't left unanswered perhaps, and try to clarify. There was a question by Representative Elberger a while ago, which asked about the other states that decouple, and is there any study that might show the revenue impact of that? And I can pretty safely say that data doesn't exist. It's just so nuanced, as DRA said, to actually tailor a revenue to this specific provision in a specific year. But I will say that no state that has decoupled has attempted to recouple because of a perceived revenue loss from what they did beginning in 2018 or later. To a question by Representative Fellows on the types of companies that might be subject to this, other than the $27 million threshold. And again, that threshold is receipts. So it's any dollar a company gets anywhere. It's not New Hampshire. So it's many companies subject to this. It's not industry specific. I agree with the comments made by several, including the chair, that it's typically capital intensive manufacturing industries because they borrow the most. But all companies will borrow just like people borrow to buy a house. Few people are paying cash. Companies invest their profits so they don't have cash available, so they borrow. Even if a company decides they want to put some office space in across the street to do something, they may have to invest in that office space. They'll take out a loan to invest. And they may not have the taxable income number to deduct all the interest on that loan. I mean, our organization has 200 members of all industries, from pharmaceuticals to food and beverage companies to consumer good companies to R&D companies, and that would be another one that would be very subjected to this, is company investing in research and development. So it really is industry neutral for the most part. It really is across the board that this would apply. And I think to Representative Jenigan, to your point, and I think it was a great point, as we're talking about the revenue potential loss, again, this does get us back just to what the revenue would have been in 2019. It's not creating a new law. It's going back to where we were, and New Hampshire has decoupled before recently with bonus depreciation, Section 179. So it's not new ground, but you're right. If any investments come in as a result of this, and they should, that will increase revenues from those investments, which will trickle down to not only the large companies or larger making the investment, but to the suppliers and the other smaller businesses in the state that will operate with the larger company. So it will trickle down as well. So I hope that clarifies some of the questions raised.
Thank you so much. Okay. All right. Any other pink cards for Senate Bill 189? Seeing none, we will now close the public hearing on Senate Bill 189. Okay, where's my piece? Okay, and we will now open up the hearing on Senate Bill 260, and the chair recognizes the prime sponsor, Senator Tim Lang. Welcome back.
Thank you. I believe this is my last bill in front of Ways and Means. So this bill was brought at a constituent request. A constituent called me and asked me to look into an issue that they were having with DRA. And the issue is this. So, and it's a, yeah, so if you understand LLCs and specifically professional LLCs, so dental offices, medical practices, lawyer's office, CPAs, you can't start one of those practices unless you are actually a dentist, a lawyer, a doctor, or a CPA. I can't open a CPA firm. I need to be a CPA in order to do that. So what happens in LLCs is that you have members, the member owners, as well as you may have W-2 employees. In the instance of the constituent that came, he was a dental practice, and he had a situation where he had 3 member owner dentists and 3 member owner W-2 employees who worked for the dentist. And so if you're a W-2 employee, you know, you get your salary, your fixed salary, and then you may get a bonus based on your effort, how much effort and how much money you made the company. You'll get a bonus based on that. In doctors' terms, they talk about RVUs, or relative value units, for a given procedure. The more RVUs you have, the more your bonus structure is increased. And that follows across a lot of industries like lawyers and CPAs. The amount of effort you put in is consummate to the amount of bonus compensation you may receive above and beyond your salary. If you're a member owner, those names change, even though they are supposed to mean the same thing. As your member owner, you may get a draw instead of a salary, and you may get a disbursement instead of a bonus. The idea being in this particular instance with the owner was DRA had charged them the business profits tax for the disbursement to the owners, even though the compensation plan was equal to that of the W-2 employees. So again, say a W-2 employee makes $100,000 and has a $100,000 bonus, and then the owner takes a $100,000 draw and a $100,000 disbursement. They were treating $100 disbursement as business profits disbursement and charging them 8.5% on that. When I reached out to DRA and I asked that question, does this happen? The interesting word I got back was generally no, which didn't make me feel warm and fuzzy with DRA, right? It either happens or it doesn't happen. And if it's happening and we're charging what is considered fair and reasonable compensation as business profits because they're owners, that's an income tax. And that's not what was meant to happen. And so what this bill does is seeks to clean that language up to make it clear to DRA that as long as the owner member is taking a compensation that is equivalent to the industry. So again, in the case of, I talked to the W-2 employee, gets a $100,000 bonus, $100,000 salary and a $100,000 bonus. If the owners are taking a similar type of compensation that's commensurate with the industry, then that should be treated as income and not profits disbursement. So that's there were 2 amendments done in the House. So this bill passed the Ways and Means Committee with an amendment. The amendment fixed a typo. Somehow we made the deduction to the interest and dividends tax when it meant to go to the business profits tax. So we had to add a 77-A, not just 77. So that editorial comment was fixed. And then the other thing we did on the bill was just to make sure, and it was a DRA comment that happened in the bill, in the hearing, there was some concern about we could potentially open up for a duplicate deduction, allowing someone to take their full compensation deduction at the federal level and take it again at the state level. So you'll see on the bill on lines 4 and 5, we talk about that to the extent that the amounts are not already deducted in arriving at the business organizational gross income profits tax. So again, what we want to make sure is that, I think it was Representative Spilsbury talked about the bottom line of the federal number becomes the top line of the state number. When it comes to business profits tax, we wanted to make it absolutely clear that they cannot deduct it again. And so it's kind of a belt and suspenders action. We don't think that would happen, but we also want to make sure that it never does either. So that's the bill. Happy to take any questions, and I'm not sure if anybody else has signed up to speak. Someone else may have questions.
Thank you very much. Representative Almy.
Thank you. In 2009, I and Representative Hatch and the entire Ways and Means Committee spent an incredible amount of time working, reworking 77A43, which is the fair and reasonable compensation for actual natural purpose services of a natural person who is a proprietor, partner, or member provided to the business organization. That is not a profit. That is on compensation for the work that you did inside of the business, and for on behalf of the business. It had been monkeyed with, shall we say, in prior years for about 8 years or more. We needed to make sure that was never done again. It sounds like what you're asking for is the same as what this is. This does apply also to LLCs that are filing business profits tax return as a proprietorship or partnership, which I think is what you're describing, and which was the entire reason for doing this, because the LLC tax made us realize what was going on in terms of fair and reasonable compensation. And you're coming in with yet another paragraph at the very end of this law that is adding in customary, which is not defined, to fair and reasonable compensation. And I thought you were trying to talk about corporations being added in, but you're talking about LLCs, which are being run as a partnership, correct?
So thank you for the question. So again, this bill was driven by, again, first the constituent response and then DRA's response that generally it didn't happen, which means that it does happen on occasion. And the purpose of the bill is to make it absolutely crystal clear that we don't have an income tax in the state of New Hampshire, and we're not taxing draws and disbursements that are reasonable and customary to be considered compensation. We're not charging business profits tax on that.
Representative Southworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I appreciate that you came forward for a constituent. I think we all try to do that. But I'm always a little skeptical about a legislation that's kind of tied to one or two constituents. It appears at the moment that there's not a broad need, or I just think we would have more people here and more people, representatives from the business community. So you really, like you said before, this really was for one constituent, and then you thought there might be a couple more.
So let me be clear. So I started with one constituent, but once I broached the subject, I had lawyers contact me with issues that said that this is a similar thing they were running into. That's why I reprised those firms. CPA firm reached out to me and said this is a similar concern of them. So while I started this conversation because of a single constituent request, I will tell you that more than one person, a significant number of people contact me indicating that they think this is a fair bill and that they were treated unfairly with DRA. To make it clear and crystal clear that DRA, that compensation shall not be taxed as profits.
Thank you for clarifying that. Having been here quite a while, I'm just surprised that, the business community isn't here itself, but thank you.
Sure.
All right, Representative Janigian, and then we'll go around the room.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator. My concern with this, I understand what it's trying to do. My concern is I'm not sure it's clear enough as to who it's helping, because LLCs, partnerships, proprietorships, LLCs that don't have transferable shares, they already can take a compensation deduction. And they also, well, there's two things. They can take a compensation deduction and their distributions are not taxable. So this almost seems a little too, let me also say, I ran it by a couple of CPAs. Both of them were confused as to what this actually was targeting towards. So this bill may need to be, is the intent here to target it towards S corps, C corps, things that or LLCs with transferable shares where there would be a tax? Are you familiar with that?
Again, so the idea was that with members and owners, there were instances where DRA was treating disbursements to members and owners as a disbursement of profits and therefore subject to the business profits tax. I don't know how many instances that occur. I know, again, the comment I got from DRA was the word generally, which made me nervous because it should be clear that we do or don't tax disbursements as profits, or is it a compensation and not subject to the business profits tax. So the purpose of this law is to make it crystal clear that a disbursement that's considered reasonable and customary for the industry is considered income and not subject to business profits disbursements and not subject to business profits tax.
Sorry, I think I saw it. Yeah, Representative Lloyd, your hand up.
Yeah, this may have already been answered, but are we certain, I know you were working with individuals, are we certain that this wasn't a payroll processing error in some way, shape, or form rather than an overall arcing issue?
So again, I'm going by my response from DRA, not from the individuals. Again, the response from DRA is that apparently there were occasions when disbursements were considered business profits that maybe shouldn't have, when they use the word generally, right? Because it should be an absolute, no, we don't. If it's reasonable and customary compensation, we would never charge business profits tax to that, which should have been the answer I was expecting, but wasn't the answer I got.
I just realized I pay all of these taxes, so both of these bills might impact me. I don't even know, but I should probably mention that. Representative Platt.
Thank you for taking my question. What is reasonable compensation?
Sure. So again, DRA can use any number of sources to look that up. I use it when I had my business and I was looking for compensation for the difference between a network engineer and a network technician. What was reasonable compensation? So there are plenty of industries that'll use and I forgot the name, there's a business code for almost every job. And you can look up what reasonable and fair compensation in the industry and for your region is using labor statistics as well. So Department of Labor puts statistics out for those same exact things. That'll tell you what the basic compensation for any given profession is.
Representative Elberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm looking at the notes that were distributed by the DRA. And the last paragraph mentions that the language in the bill does not appear to be consistent with the stated intent. And the DRA would note that there may be risks to businesses if they treat payments as, in quotes, compensation for New Hampshire purposes in order to get the BPT deduction, but treat the payments as distribution of earnings for federal purposes. Can you please comment on that?
So I don't have the notes that they distributed. So, but I can, if the language needs to be clear, I think I've been absolutely crystal clear on what I'm trying to accomplish here and what the bill in the Senate we did make, again, to meet DRA's request, that idea of the duplicate deduction to make sure it was crystal clear that couldn't happen. And that was a comment. And there was another question about constitutionality where we made a minor change that cleaned it up to make it so it was constitutional. And I think it had to do with the interest and dividends tax reference is why we cleaned that up. It was a mistake. It wasn't intended. So again, I think the intent and the language on its face is crystal clear that income given to members and owners that is considered reasonable, fair, and customary should not be taxed at the business profits tax rate. And it creates a deduction for that.
Representative Orrs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator. So if I understand this right, so if they were charged 8.5%, the owner, and they withdrew 100,000, and they're claiming that as income, are they paying taxes as income also? As in like in a W-2, if I was getting a W-2 when I worked at BAE Systems is covering a lot of those taxes, but as an individual employer, I'm usually paying a lot more tax, usually about 45 cents on the dollar. So were they paying both in this case?
So thank you for the question. So I guess the short answer is yes, right? Again, so I owned a bit. I had a computer consultancy business with 22 employees that I owned and managed. And when I took my draw and my disbursement, I did it within the confines of what does a network engineer makes. That's what I was really. I was an owner of the business, but I was really just a network engineer with some additional duties. And so for me, yes, I paid when I was left. I took that deduction out, and I didn't get caught in this issue that's going on. But I would pay for my draw and my disbursement. I would pay federal income tax on those wages. But in the case of at least a couple instances, we know that these other people are paying not only their federal wages because it's income when we don't have an income tax, they're also paying the business profits tax on that disbursement.
Follow.
Thank you. So if you paid your federal income tax, did you also have to pay both sides of your social security tax on that? I
As a
believe you
business
did.
owner, I'm going to answer yes.
Yeah, because as an employee of BAE Systems, BAE paid half of my social security, which is about 15 whatever percent. And so as a business owner, you paid about 30%, maybe 31. I forget what the exact number is. Okay, so you paid your federal tax, you paid your 31% social security and blah, blah, blah tax. And you also ended up paying 8.5% on business profits tax. So they double dipped you.
So again, I think that's an accurate statement. Again, as a business owner, you end up paying both sides of it, and that's just the nature of it. And even though there's a veil that's between your personal income and your professional income.
Right.
But ultimately, yes, in that instance, they would pay both.
Okay, so as somebody that's worked in the business all their lives, I've owned my own business twice, and I've also worked for big corporations. It sounds to me like they double dipped you. So this to me sounds very clear that this looks like we ought to pass this, in my opinion. But that's just based on what I heard today.
So again, thank you. You know, my opinion is, again, I wasn't comfortable with the word generally. That led to some ambiguity, and I wanted to make it crystal clear that income for owners and members shall not be taxed to business profits tax.
Yes, and ambiguity is really difficult to deal with as an accountant or anybody that deals with numbers. Thank you.
Right. I was expecting DRA to say a dollar is a dollar, not a sort of a dollar. So.
Keep in mind, this is a public hearing and we are asking clarifying questions of the bill sponsor. Saw some hands over here. Anyone have question? Representative Almy.
Thank you. Fair and reasonable compensation means, at this point, it means compensation for professional work or manual work, cleaning the toilets, whatever you did in your business. It does not mean anything you decide to disperse to yourself. Now, what you're doing is saying the people that set all of this up back in the days when only Republicans were writing the law, did not want us to allow the lawyers and the doctors and others, dentists, to take all of their the revenue of their business as a business expense that could be deducted so that they were paying no taxes whatsoever. They had a problem that Benson actually created when he was head of his company, on suing the state because only the big businesses were having to pay the business profits tax that had been put in.
And the question is?
And the question is, are we at a point where we can just decide that all professionals and owners of LLCs are going to be able to avoid paying taxes? And if we are we going to go back to another lawsuit from some big company taking up what Benson did? because they fixed the law that way, the lawsuit was removed.
So thank you for the question. Again, I can only answer that fair and reasonable compensation should never be taxed at the business profits tax rate in any situation. So if again, using whether it's the labor codes that they use for given industries and for given job functions, whether you're using that as a measure of fair and reasonable compensation, anything that's above and beyond that may be fair game for subject to business profits tax, but anything below that that's reasonable and justifiable as reasonable compensation through a draw and disbursement should not be taxed at the business profits tax rate.
Follow up?
You believe that,
Mike?
sorry, you believe that Roman 3 does not adequately cover that?
I guess my answer is if Roman 3 adequately covered it, I wouldn't got the word generally from the DRA.
Okay. Representative Ames.
Yeah, just following up on that discussion. I think what I'm hearing is that that the issue you're trying to address is a arguable ambiguity in the just and reasonable compensation provision that's already in the tax code. And your perception, based on an admittedly limited inquiry on your part, is that some distributions to owners have been rejected as reasonable compensation, so they then become taxable as a profit. And if that's what we're dealing with here, I think, for me, I need to hear more from DRA about the scope of the just and reasonable compensation clause. It seems to me it's a very appropriate division to effectively exempt from the profits tax the reasonable, fair and reasonable compensation received by owners, which may indeed take place at the end of the year as a bonus that's related to services performed by the owner. And if that is, and then that's an appropriate dividing line between compensation, which is deductible and not subject to an income tax here in New Hampshire, and on the other side, the business profits that are taxable. And so it's, to me, intellectually, it's an appropriate division of concepts and a place to have the tax and not have the tax. And we need to look closely at what is actually happening and make sure that there isn't some movement in the wrong direction. I'm really afraid that this proposal opens up a whole new category that creeps into the profit side of the business. And that's what we don't want to do, I think. So I don't know, you might comment on that, what I just said.
So again, I think we're conceptually on the same path, right? We agree that fair, reasonable compensation should not be taxed at a business profits tax rate. But there's a determination of what is, and apparently that is in question at DRA. And so therefore, I felt this bill being brought forward made it crystal clear that, to the other thing, I also look at this bill as giving some protections to a taxpayer, right? So it gives, if an owner is charged at 8.5%, they can point to this law, point to the labor statistics or whatever model they use, Dun & Bradstreet, whatever they want to use for showing what a reasonable and fair compensation package is and why they shouldn't. This law gives that taxpayer the consumer protections to do that, their taxpayer protections to do that by saying under this chapter, I'm entitled to fair and reasonable compensation. And here's how I justify that compensation. And it gives them a leg to go to DRA and at least challenge the ruling.
Okay. let's just try to make sure we're asking questions and not trying to debate this topic with the sponsor. Representative Ors.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I enjoyed Rep. Almey's and Rep. Ames' narrative, and I think the confusion is on the compensation part, what you're actually drawing out of the business. So let me ask the question in terms of how would you get paid, or how would you enjoy the fruits of your labor in your business if you didn't draw that 100,000?
So I'm not quite sure how to answer that question because I'm not sure I understand it, but I will tell you that.
Let me rephrase
Okay,
the
go ahead.
question.
Thank you.
So you're working along, and let's say you're going to draw your compensation once a year based on how well your business does. So maybe one year you decide that I've paid my employees $50,000, whether the business was doing well or not. Well, why don't we stay $100,000? We'll just stay with $100,000. But you see the business is not doing so well. So maybe you draw less than 100,000 because you need to keep cash and whatever in the business. So if you drew only $50,000 at the end of one year, the second year the business is doing great. The employees still got paid the same. Maybe they got a wage increase, but they still got paid about 100,000. Now your business is doing very well. You only drew 50,000 last year. So if you drew 125,000 the second year, at the end of the second year, that would to me seem reasonable compensation. If you didn't draw the 125,000, how else would you have put any money in your pocket to pay your bills?
So
Does that help?
Yeah, it does. But you probably not gonna like my answer because I don't think it's reasonable, right? Again, as a business owner, I've done that, right? So I owned my business for 12 years, and 2008 was a really rough year to own a business, and so in 2008, I lowered my compensation so I could make sure I could take care of my employees. That I had to make sure that I had money to pay their, I paid 100% of the insurance. I paid, a lot of things that attract employees and to keep employees, and so I took that. However, in the second year, if I was to say, well, I'm going to make up what I lost last year, I would honestly classify that as a bonus disbursement. And I mean, not a bonus disbursement, but a disbursement of profits, and I'd be subject to business profits tax.
Yeah.
That's my belief. That's the way I would treat it, and that's the way I did treat it
Okay.
when I owned my business.
Wow. Follow up.
Follow up.
So I'm surprised to actually hear that. So, I mean, in my mind, it's like I'm trying to equalize my salary over a number of years and just not 1 year. But okay, so if it was the second year was only 100,000, again, you need to draw money at some point to pay your personal bills, et cetera, right? So that's basically your income. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, we're just going to go around the room this way again. Representative Elberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm looking at the text in here under XX. It talks about compensation for members and owners. Now, I know who employees are. I know who owners are. I don't know who members are. And I'm curious as to, number one, what are they? And number two, what might they be contributing to lead to them getting some kind of compensation?
Thank you. So that's the difference between the forms of corporations, the way you set up an LLC has members. So.
Okay, so follow up. So,
Which is the equivalent of an owner. It's just a phrase they use.
In an LLC, the members are in effect the owners. Thank you.
Okay, going around the room. Other questions? Anyone? Oh, Representative Stringham, sorry.
Thank you for taking my question. Just follow up on the other thing. Is there any reason a member of an LLC can't get a 1099 or a W-2 for whatever their fair and reasonable distribution or compensation is from the company? And wouldn't that be deductible? Thank you.
I'll be honest, I don't know the answer to that question. I wouldn't want to speculate.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. The only other pink cards I have are from the DRA. I don't have anyone else. Is there anyone else here who wants to speak on the bill? Okay. Keen and Fred, do you want to come up, and we're going to give you lots of questions.
Good morning, Fred Coolbroth, again, Director of Audit, New Hampshire DRA.
Keen Ming Wong, Tax Policy Council with DRA.
And it's probably appropriate first for me to start off by apologizing to Senator Lang because over at DRA, we're a bunch of tax lawyers and accountants and tax experts, and we have the admitted failing of overly relying on the word generally. Absolutely. The world of tax policy is super complicated. I know it comes across that way to you all, and believe me, it comes across that way to us as well. And so we have almost a reflexive, deferential use of the word generally when maybe it's not always appropriate. So it's probably helpful to start this conversation with yes, to answer Senator Lang, it is crystal clear that if compensation is paid by a business organization to an owner of any kind of entity that is reasonable, paid in exchange for services, to a natural person. You can't pay, if you can't recharacterize an expense that you're paying to a company as compensation. And under the section, and consistent with section 162 of the Federal Internal Revenue Code, yes, it is crystal clear that is 100% deductible. It's also probably noteworthy to point out that the history surrounding this deduction and what was permissible and what was not permissible in recent years really focused on the determination as to what is reasonable compensation and what is not, and that led to the audits that generated some notoriety over at the legislature 10 or 15 years ago, and which resulted in the burden shifting to the department now. So under existing law, as the deduction is currently drafted, me and my team bear the burden of proving that compensation is unreasonable. I'm not going to get up here and tell you all that I think we're getting that right now, because that would seem really self-serving. But I think the fact that, for the most part, folks are not coming up to testify as to whether or not the DRA and the audit division is overly aggressive on the determination of reasonable, I think that can hopefully speak for itself. That the way that the deduction currently works, taxpayers are there I go again. Taxpayers are able to deduct compensation when it's reasonable. And again, I don't want to come up here and appear self-serving, but that's not what's generated the dispute today. And I certainly don't want to speak for Senator Lang, but I've not heard that today. The issues that do come up under audit are these types of situations where a company is recharacterizing a payment to another company as compensation, but it's not. Or as would be the case when they've made a profit distribution that's not paid for services, but they want to deduct it as compensation. If it's not a distribution in exchange for services provided by that employee, that owner employee to the company, then it's not deductible. But certainly, the owner of a company who pays himself, let's say a sort of baseline salary, and then pays themselves a quarterly or end of year bonus, those are for if that bonus is for services, it's going to be deductible. again, it's not in those limited situations where they're trying to recharacterize something else as comp, but it's not. And I forget who was asking about the note that we said that we made in our deliverable to you all, noting that there could be some potential federal consequences. Yeah, you certainly don't, in your IRS audit, you certainly don't want it to come out in front of the IRS auditor that you're characterizing things for New Hampshire one way and the feds another way. The IRS auditors are not going to look kindly on that. That's sort of a tangent, but just and then to in further comment to Representative Orrs on this notion of if your company underperforms in 1 year, so you have to give yourself a salary cut in 1 year because you just don't have cash. You don't have cash on hand at the end of the year or whenever you're making your bonus distribution, and so you take a pay cut. That is absolutely you pay yourself that in the next year, so-called catch-up comp. That is deductible in the next year. That crystal clear. Again, the way that comes into the deduction is through the reference in the existing deduction to Section 162 of the federal code and the case law that exists under that deduction. And if you look at the case law surrounding that deduction, and as it exists in the First Circuit, which is what would be the circuit applicable to New Hampshire, that is allowable. And so we would respect that, and we would have to, because that is the law. So I just wanted to clarify that. There's some sort of wonky issue as to if it's sort of reasonable either way, it doesn't really matter, because if it's still reasonable, you don't even have to make the catch-up comp argument. But certainly if there were some concern, then it doesn't matter because it's still catch-up comp. And you're allowed to make yourself whole again in bad years. That is the state of the law. So again, to the extent this has sort of spun off of our reflexive overuse of the word generally, I totally understand where Senator Lang is coming from on that. Again, this stuff is so complicated that even sometimes the folks like us who are dealing with it all the time, even sometimes we get squishy on it, and that's not exactly a service to anybody. So I apologize. But again, within the existing deduction, if an employee owner of any entity is paid compensation for services that are reasonable under Section 162 with the benefit on their side, it's deductible.
Representative Platt.
Thank you for taking my question. Are you saying then that this bill is not necessary?
Thank you for the question, Representative.
260.
Right. If that's all it's seeking to do, in my view, and I don't know, in the department's view, it's duplicative. It's redundant. If it's seeking to do something else, I don't know what that would be. I'm happy to work with Senator Lang or any of you to, if there is a perceived gap, we're happy to work with folks and to close that gap, to help you draft language that would close that. We're happy to work with whoever wants to.
Follow up, does the bill do any harm?
So, to the extent it creates confusion, potentially. So if taxpayers only use it essentially as a second, they get to choose between deducting under Roman 3 or this other line on the return. No, it doesn't do any harm. It's redundant. There's no potential revenue impact. It's just an alternative means to deduct what they could already deduct. If it somehow signals to folks that something else is permitted that wasn't previously permitted, then it could potentially do harm. I don't know how we quantify that. I don't know how we determine what that would be. That would be my main concern, is what folks would view that line, or what folks would view that deduction as allowing.
Okay, Representative Almy, we'll go back around the room.
Thank you. So if we passed this and we had Roman 3, which everyone's used to, and we now had Roman 15, you would have to write rules that explain what customary means and how this is different from fair and reasonable. That's my
Thank you for
first
the question, Representative Almy. Yes, I believe that's correct.
Have you got any idea what that would imply?
So not as of yet. That's a complicated question. I think there's probably significant overlap with that term and what already exists under the existing federal case law that interprets 162 and that we're required to use. So it may not be all that different or any different as a practical matter, but I think by introducing the term, I think DRA would likely need to draft rules to further clarify that whatever federal definition it has in the case law, that's what we would be using, because it's not generally defined elsewhere.
Okay,
Could I have a follow-up to that? Thank you. And what I'm hearing is that any disbursement to a member owner is customary or fair, reasonable, and customary. If that interpretation held, wouldn't all partnerships and proprietorships fall out of the BPT?
So again, that's a complicated question. And I think relates back to the point you made about the history of the business profits tax and why we have the business enterprise tax, because the business enterprise tax does exist as a counterbalance, frankly, for this deduction. I mean, it is often the case that smaller companies, regardless of how they're structured, regardless of whether it's an LLC or a corporation that has elected S Corp status federally or whatever, it is often the case that they don't have taxable business profits because they have to employ, whether they're owners or just regular employees, they have to employ very expensive labor. They have to hire lawyers, dentists, doctors, whatever the practice is, whatever the firm or business is. If they have expensive employees who ultimately become owners, they have to pay those people at market, and that might mean there's not a whole lot, if any, in terms of taxable business profits. But there are certainly smaller companies that pay BPT, for sure.
Just want to make sure we're keeping an eye on the time here. It's almost noon. Yes, Pete?
Yeah, I also wanted to just add to that. We do have in statute in Roman 3, Part G, that the business organizations that's claiming this deduction, their only burden of proof, other than meeting the 162A1 of the federal code, is to show that the proprietors, partners, or members that are claiming this, that they did provide personal services to the business. And then once that organization has satisfied their burden of proof, the amount claimed as a deduction shall be presumed to be reasonable. So we do have that coded in the statute currently. And if if the business was able to say that, oh yes, the this particular member or owner had provided $1 million worth of service, that would be presumed reasonable.
Yes.
Okay,
thank you.
Representative Ames. Representative Southworth.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Now, if something is disallowed, I assume the taxpayer has plenty of time to talk to you and get detailed information about, why it's disallowed and so on. So we really don't need to change legislation for a taxpayer to do that and kind of defend their choice and all of that. I assume you have a procedure.
There is absolutely a procedure. So whether it's disallowing a deduction or issuing a notice of assessment, any action the department takes is appealable. And I want to be respectful of the time, so I'll keep this briefer than I've been. But yes, there is a process in place. They have appeal rights. Thank you for your question.
Representative Phillips.
Do you think there's any possibility that the form could be confusing to people? Because if, for example, the example that one of the things it says in the statute is that the compensation for the owner can't be so high that it causes the business profit to go from above zero to below zero. So they give themselves a lower compensation that year, but they're trying to make up for it the next year. Is there a confusion when you get to the second year that they don't know that they should probably, I assume they're supposed to report it as compensation, and if it looks really high, there's some kind of explanation or no? Do you think they get confused and you call it a distribution?
I've not seen that. I'm certainly open though to that conversation, and we would be willing to further clarify the forms if that's causing people confusion. I've not heard that, but we'd be open to working with folks to clarify that. Thank you for your question.
Okay. Yes, Representative Orr.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, gentlemen, for taking my question. So if my esteemed colleagues here knew what a wealth of information you two are, and how spot on your answers are, I think we would get through this sooner. I just have the advantage of, I wish you guys had worked for me back in the day. So my question is, generally speaking, I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
I see what you did there.
I just want to add to that as well. That in when the committee is considering to pass or to however the committee decides on this bill, is that the current legislation, Roman 3, has built in all this language, as Representative Army mentioned, in terms of guardrails of how what is determined as fair and reasonable compensation and how it's deducted and so on and so forth. Having this additional new section, if the intent of that section is to accomplish the same thing, but this new section lacks the guardrails that is available in the current statute language, as what Fred mentioned, it could cause some confusion with taxpayers or with practitioners in terms of what exactly is the intent of this new bill, new statute.
Representative Ames.
I can't resist. This goes back to my earlier question. What was just brought out? Isn't it true that any time a statute is added to with a new provision that is similar to, but not word by word the same as the other provision, that for the agency implementing that statute, there is an expectation, and for any court reviewing actions under that statute, there will be an expectation that this new language has added something and that there will be some burden on you to explain what that added is, and the arguments and confusion are generated if the original thought was, oh, it really didn't add anything.
Yes, Representative Ames, thank you for your question. And that is an excellent point. That is absolutely a tenet of statutory construction. It's called it's a presumption. So yes, if the addition of this deduction, even if it is totally duplicative at the end of the day, as a practical matter, does create a presumption that it does something different. And then so whichever party wants to make the argument that it does not would potentially bear the burden of making that point.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Thank you for your clarifying answers. I have no other pink cards for Senate Bill 260. Is there anyone else here who wishes to speak? Seeing none, we will close the public hearing on Senate Bill 260. We will take a lunch break. We are scheduled for an exec session at 1:30. So I will see you then. Good afternoon. Looks like we have some substitutes here with us. So if you wouldn't mind just saying hello and introducing yourself, welcome to Ways and Means.
Hi, Representative Mary Hacken Phillips. Thanks for having me. It's been a couple of years, but I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Awesome. Thank you so much for coming. And anyone else over here? Well, Representative Lloyd, you've been with us for a couple days, but say hi.
Hi, Representative Lloyd from Nashua.
Yeah, and Representative Stringham.
Yeah, hi, Jerry Stringham from Lincoln, Woodstock, New Hampshire. Happy to be back with Ways and Means, even for an afternoon. Thanks.
And Representative Nodder.
I'm Janine Nodder from Merrimack, filling in for Dan Hines again.
Thank you so much for joining us today. We will start with Senate Bill 17, and we will now open up the executive session on that. This is establishing a gifts and donations account within the Fish and Game Fund. And Representative Plett, would you like to make a motion?
I move ought to pass.
Is there a second? Representative Elberger seconds that. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Second.
Yeah, it's always challenging when the clerk.
This bill establishes a dedicated fund, gifts and donations within the Fish and Game. That's what it amounts to. So it's a non-game species. They don't have to get the approval of the Fish and Game Commission or the Governing Council.
Is there any more discussion on this bill? Representative Almy.
Thank you. I think it's just governor and council that's the problem. And it's the endangered and something species, non-game species management fund is what they're calling it now. That with it, because there are a number of funds inside of Fish and Game.
Okay, any other discussion? Seeing none, when the clerk is available, he will take the roll on the ought to pass motion on Senate Bill 17.
Okay, I shall do so, Madam Chair. Representative Janigian.
Yes.
Representative Ullery.
Yes.
Representative Doucette.
Yes.
Representative Spilsbury.
Yes.
Representative Platt votes yes. Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Sodi.
Yes.
Representative Ors.
Yes.
Representative Rochefort.
Yes.
Representative Almy.
Yes.
Representative Ames.
Yes.
Representative Southworth.
Yes.
Representative Malloy.
Yes.
Representative Phillips. Hecken Phillips.
Thank you. Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Bolton.
Yes.
Representative Elberger.
Yes.
Representative Lloyd.
Yes.
Representative Stringham.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
The vote is 20-0.
The vote being 20-0, is there any problem with it going on consent calendar? Okay, then it will be on the consent calendar. Thank you very much. We will now close the exec session on Senate Bill 17. Okay. Now
Okay, let's see, April.
Okay, we'll now open the executive session on Senate Bill 51, which is creating a commission to study charitable gaming and historical horse races and relative to the moratorium on licensed historical horse racing facilities.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to move an amendment.
First, I need an I haven't recognized anyone for an ought to pass motion, so I first need to do that, and then it would
Okay.
be open to
Okay.
amendment.
Thank you.
Okay, and for the record, I am involved in this charitable gaming industry, and I will participate. The chair recognizes Representative Janigian for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move ought to pass on SB 51.
Okay, and is there a second? Representative Doucette seconds that. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you. Our state has built a special charitable gaming model over the years, and this bill continues that effort to continue studying it to make sure that we are moving along in the correct way. It'll also examine how charities are selected, number of locations, and then there's also $250,000 allocated to help effectively accomplish this task and bring in experts as potentially needed. So it also ends the previous commission that was studying this.
All right. The bill is now open for amendment, so now I think it would be a good time for you to move an amendment, and we can vote on that and go from there.
I'd like to move amendment 1517.
So you move that, is there a second? Okay. Seconded by Representative Almy. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, Madam Chair. After our session yesterday, I was looking at this bill some more, and one of the things I recognized is that for appointing, it has appointing members representing the charities and representing the locations, and that in both cases it didn't identify who would make that appointment. So standard format for a study committee or commission, usually it starts out the president of the Senate appoints senators, and the Speaker of the House appoints representatives from the House, and for the other positions it identifies who makes those appointments. So to address that situation, which if we passed it without this amendment, I think it would seriously hold up the formation of the committee, because there'd have to be some kind of, resolution of who would make those appointments. So the amendment changes it to one member appointed by the New Hampshire charitable gaming operators. And the current bill has two members from charities, but I changed this to one member appointed by the New Hampshire Center for Nonprofits. So that's a technical correction. And I know former Representative Abrami said that he felt that a commission could go beyond the scope of the items that were specifically identified in the bill, but I think since I was making this one change anyway, I just added something to the bottom about if other issues came up, they could also make a report on those issues.
Other comments on the amendment number 1517? Representative Platt.
Question how the New Hampshire Center for Nonprofits relates with all the nonprofits in New Hampshire. Do they do a good job representing, or not at all?
I could say that they testified.
Representative Doucette, and then Representative Almy. Oh, whatever. Go ahead. I don't know. I'm sorry.
And to Representative Platt's point, thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't even know, and I consider myself pretty well tuned into the nonprofits and the charities in the state. I don't know who these people are. So I have no idea how to vote on this amendment other than without knowledge of, and I was on that subcommittee, so I've never heard, seen, or taken testimony from this group, short of this piece of paper that was handed out to us yesterday.
Representative Almy.
Thank you. I do know something about the nonprofits because I communicate with a large number of different kinds of nonprofits. I presume Representative Lloyd knows something about them too. But they do training courses, both in financial matters and in other legal matters for nonprofits. They seem to be fairly well respected by the nonprofit community. They haven't specifically dealt with problem gaming, but they would be in a much better position than the House clerk, who I think this would have to default to bring to the table a variety of nonprofits that are taking money from charitable gaming. I'd like to ask Representative Lloyd to say more also because she's in this field, but
Yeah, when we were taking testimony yesterday, I had asked who would be doing the appointing of the nonprofit organizations, because if you're looking at a dollar amount in front of you for a large nonprofit, that like if you're looking at, let's say, $2,000, that $2,000 may just be a drop in the bucket. But for a very small nonprofit that has maybe 5-10 individuals who are working at that company or that organization, that $2,000 could very well be a huge amount in their budget. So we want to make sure that there's representation that's kind of equal and somehow decided in the nonprofits. So,
Representative Malloy.
Thank you. They testified and they passed out this sheet to all of us, the New Hampshire Center for Nonprofits, and then on top of that, they spelled out their reason for existence and their mission. It strengthens and gives voice to the state's nonprofit sector through leadership, collaboration, and learning opportunities. Our vision is that all individuals, families, and communities thrive because New Hampshire is home to vibrant, impactful nonprofits. And so we did hear and we all received this. So I would say that they were represented.
Representative, hold on, Harkin Phillips.
Hacken Phillips, like a computer hack.
Okay. Sorry.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I just wanted to weigh in quickly. So I do provide pro bono counsel to a nonprofit based here in the state, and I just wanted to share with you that I do reference the New Hampshire Center for Nonprofits regularly throughout the formation process for other nonprofits, as well as continually on an annual basis. I refer back to their best practice documents, specifically for the conflict of interest policies that both of the nonprofits I help with can refer back to in their own policymaking decisions, because the Center of for Nonprofits here in New Hampshire is known as kind of a national leader in terms of providing that conflict of interest forward-thinking policy. And I know that the state of New Hampshire is also recognized for being ahead of the curve in the new nonprofit sector across this country in terms of, having those forward-thinking ideas about keeping conflicts at the forefront of nonprofit management. So I would just like to throw in my 2 cents about how I do believe that this is a worthy organization to consider, putting on the commission moving forward. Thank you.
Representative Phillips.
Yes, I would just like to add that I think it's important to represent the charities. We have somebody whose perspective covers the charities that are currently participating and receiving money from the gaming, and those who are maybe would like to and are not able to, because there is certainly just a limited number of slots. So I think this organization can make sure that we get a perspective that covers a wider range of the charity.
Representative Spilsbury? Were you, okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just note that the effect of the amendment would be to change the composition of the commission from an odd-numbered 13 to an even-numbered 12. And I believe that's generally not what we try to do. Also, I think the intent of the bill is to find representatives of charities rather than representatives of spokesman groups for charities.
Okay, I saw Ames over here, I think. Did you? Okay.
Yeah, I think there does seem to be a void, a omission in this in the bill that this amendment fills, and that is there's no designation of who will choose the representative of the facility owners and who will choose the representatives of charitable gaming charities, just completely left out. And I think correcting that is probably quite important in terms of getting this off the ground. Representative Fellows said that she thought it might delay the startup because of the absence of direction on that issue, and she may well be right, although I'd be happy to be corrected by any member here who has more information on that point. If it is if it is an omission that matters, then we should address it.
Representative Elberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Representative Spilsbury about the notion of having a charity rather than an organization that consults to charities. But if you look at the wording, it says one member chosen by the New Hampshire Center for Nonprofits. And I think that, number one, nobody was named as the appointing authority for that member or members at that time. And this group is much more likely to have an idea of what charities might be, or charities might be an appropriate one to name, rather than leaving it to some unknown person and who may not know anything about the charitable setup in the state at all.
Other comments on the amendment? I'm looking around. Representative Doucette.
And the point is well taken, but again, if we're talking about being concerned about an unknown entity assigning, this is an unknown entity, and I'm not challenging their validity, their mission, their statement, what they do for work, but to have something put in front of us at the 11th hour here, and I participated in the subcommittee along with Representative Ames. It was the vision of that subcommittee to have the charities, the people that have got the dirt under their fingernails for years, getting to us to where we are in the charitable gaming model that we have at present. I'm sorry, I have a real hard time, and it's probably a very valuable component here, but I can't with good conscience vote to give an entity that I know absolutely nothing about appointment authority in a commission. It doesn't make logic to me.
Representative Plett.
I am treasurer of Lions Sight and Hearing Foundation of New Hampshire, Inc. Until the testimony the other day, I've never heard of this group. So they're not well known among the charities at all.
Okay, Representative Almy.
I've always thought that they should be more outward ranging, but they are the nuts and bolts behind the charities. What we've got now is, I believe, that the House Clerk is going to be responsible to figure out who would represent the facility owners and who would represent the two charities, when there is a very wide range of charitable interests. And then, of course, also leaves out the ones who are left out at this point, who haven't been able to get on the lists. It seems to me preferable, if we want to leave out the ones who can't get on the lists, that it could be changed to, for the New Hampshire Charitable Gaming Operators Association picking all three, but in that case, they would be picking the ones that will most likely parrot what they're saying, so they won't be terribly helpful. Probably I may be maligning the gentleman, but but we do need somebody that can pick in both of these entities, and I think that the solution of the New Hampshire Charitable Gaming Operators Association for the facilities owners makes sense. He has been a facility operator. I don't think he is one at the moment, but he works directly. I mean, he is working for the facility owners. And if you haven't heard of the New Hampshire Center for Nonprofits, I'm not sure who we could substitute that would be better at this than the House Clerk, which I think is the default mechanism if we forgot to stick it into the law.
Okay, other final comments? Did you have something else, Representative?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure how to fit this in, if at all. But again, following up on Representative Almey's comment, it might be useful to have one, if there are going to be two charities, to have one of them be a current recipient within the framework of the historic horse racing, and one who is not, who might want to become one.
Comments on the amendment?
Yes, so I picked that particular organization because that was the only one I had any information from based on the testimony that we received. But if anyone else knows about another organization that would be a better one to represent the charities, I think that would be good. But I think it's important to get, charities are not all in the same place, and some may want to join, and that may be part of what should be looked at. Should there be a way to include more charities or not? So that's, along with the fact that we need to identify who makes a choice. I certainly would be agreeable to have another organization if somebody knows of a better organization.
Okay, any other comments on the amendment? Yo, yes, I'm sorry, I missed you. No, thank you. Go ahead, please.
Yes, mainly for the chair. It does seem like bills that have commissions should have appointments. And who does the appointing? And this bill doesn't for certain positions. So is that something we really should straighten out as a committee before we take, the next step? And then also to confirm, is the default always the clerk, or are there other options? Again, though, I think to have a clean bill go forward, it would seem worthwhile to state exactly how, the other appointments are being made to. Thank you.
Other comments on the amendment? Okay, seeing none, the clerk will call the roll, and the motion is ought to pass on Amendment 2023-1517H.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Janigian,
No.
Representative Ullery,
No.
Representative Doucette,
No.
Representative Spilsbury,
No.
Representative Platt votes no, Representative Nodder,
No.
Representative Sodi,
No.
Representative Ors,
No.
Representative Rochefort,
No.
Representative Almy,
Yes.
Representative Ames,
Yes.
Representative Southworth,
Yes.
Representative Malloy,
Yes.
Representative Hecken Phillips,
Yes.
Representative Fellows,
Yes.
Representative Bolton,
Yes.
Representative Elberger,
Yes.
Representative Lloyd,
Yes.
Representative Stringham,
Yes.
and the chair.
No.
The vote is 10, 10 and the amendment dies as a result.
Amendment 1517 fails. Are there any other amendments on Senate Bill 51? Seeing none, then the motion before us will be on the ought to pass motion of the original Senate Bill 51. That was moved by Representative Janigian. Did you want to comment?
No, I think we're good. My comments from the initial bill moving ought to pass still stand.
Other comments from the committee on the ought to pass motion? Representative Orrs, did you want to say anything, or are you good? Okay. Representative Almy.
Thank you. This puts me in somewhat of a dilemma because we are issuing as a final vote. Oh no, it is early, but it will be going to a committee which is only looking at the finances. So we can't get the policy changed, which is flawed. And you say it's coming out of left field, but it came out of left field because we only heard this bill last week. And we hadn't had a chance to discuss it among ourselves yet. And I hadn't realized that a lot of people didn't know what the Center for New Hampshire Nonprofits is. They have quite an illustrious board. I just looked it up. We do have the moratorium extension, which is the only moratorium extension that the Senate and the governor are likely to accept on this bill.
Sorry.
So I guess I will vote for it, but I would like to see our amendment try to be defended on the floor once we've managed to recruit a few more people who know what the Center for Nonprofits is. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments from the committee members on the ought to pass motion? Oh, yes, Representative Ames.
Yeah, I will vote for this, and do so recognizing that I wish it were slightly improved on a couple of points, not all of which have been mentioned here. But I think that it's important that we go ahead with this bill. It's an important issue that this commission will be addressing, and it's an issue that's dynamic, it's moving. There are actions that we're all being asked to take on this bill and that bill that relate to charitable gaming. We need a group that's charged with the responsibility of looking at the whole and sorting it out in an intelligent and useful way for all of us. And then on the particular problem of appointments, it is the fact that this bill will go, if it passes on the floor, which I hope it will, to the Finance Committee as a second committee for review. And it is a reality, much as some of us may want to wish it were not, that second committees, although charged with a narrow charge to focus on, in the case of financial issues, I can guarantee you that the Finance Committee is not always hewed to that narrow path, and that if there's an issue like the one we've been discussing here about who's going to appoint to these positions, that it would not surprise me if that issue a way were to be found to resolve that issue in the course of its passage through the House for that second committee review. So that's where I stand. Thank you.
Other comments on the ought to pass motion? Representative Stringham.
Yes, thank you very much. As a member of the Finance Committee, I'm shocked to hear what you said. But you know, I would encourage the group, if there is a floor amendment that both parties feel is creates a stronger bill, by all means, I hope we go forward with that. It does certainly seem to make sense to have the issue of whether there's 13 or 12 members finalized, as well as who selects all the members. But obviously, this is a very important bill, and I'd sure like the numbers to be the only issue that there's any disagreement about should it reach finance. Thank you.
Representative Ames, did you have anything else to add? Just checking. I'm looking for the red lights. Okay, if there's no more comments, then we will now take the roll. The clerk will call the roll on the ought to pass motion on Senate Bill 51.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I shall do so. Representative Janigian. Why do I have so much trouble with your last name? Janigian.
We'll have a practice session later. Yes.
Okay. Representative Ullery.
Yes.
Representative Doucette.
Yes.
Representative Spilsbury.
Yes.
Representative Plett votes yes. Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Sodi.
Yes.
Representative Orrs.
Yes.
Representative Rochefort.
Yes.
Representative Almy. Representative Ames.
Yes.
Representative Southworth.
Yes.
Representative Malloy.
Yes.
Representative Haken Phillips.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Bolton.
Yes.
Representative Elberger.
Yes.
Representative Lloyd.
Yes.
Representative Smith. Stringham.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
The vote is 20-0. But if there's going to be a floor amendment,
Well, either way, it can't go on consent calendar. Correct me if I'm wrong, Representatives Almy, but because it has an FN and it is a second committee bill, it would not go on consent. Make sense? Okay. All right. The vote being 20-0, as ought to pass, it will go on the regular calendar. We will now close the exec session on Senate Bill 51.
Just more of a
Sorry.
point of order. I thought I was hearing that it might be able to be amended in finance anyway, which would mean there might not have to be a floor amendment. So there's a choice. Yeah.
Yeah, people can decide which way they want to go, but it absolutely is supposed to go to finance, according to the clerk. Yes. Thank you. Okay. We will now, we're just going in numerical order with things that we're ready for. We will open up the executive session on Senate Bill 104, and the chair recognizes Representative Doucette for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move inexpedient to legislate on SB 104.
Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Elberger seconds. Representative Doucette, could you speak to your motion?
Certainly. Thank you, Madam Chair. Although the intent of the legislation, as it was explained to us in testimony from its prime sponsor, is we can all agree there's a need for those scholarships for the community college. This particular vehicle, with the flaws in the legislation itself, the way by which the funds are raised, the fact that it will, the testimony we heard will impact our charitable charities that get serviced through the charitable gaming model at present. Basically, the bill needs a lot of work. We can revisit this in the future, but we shouldn't jump into the deep end of the pool on big gaming at this point. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Other comments from the committee? And for the record, I am involved in the charitable gaming industry. Just want to make sure everyone knows that. Other comments from the committee? Wow. Okay. Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
I should say I also am a recipient as a charitable gaming, a charitable organization, before I call the roll. Going through the role of ITL, Representative Janigian.
Yes.
Representative Ellery. This
Yes.
is an ITL. Representative Doucette.
Yes.
Representative Spilsbury.
Yes.
Representative Plett votes yes. Representative Hines.
Nodder.
I haven't updated my sheet. I can't keep up with the substitutes. Hold on. So I don't embarrass myself once on this bill. Okay. Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Sodi,
Yes.
Representative Ors,
Yes.
Representative Rochefort,
Yes.
Representative Almy, Representative Ames, Representative Southworth,
Yes.
Representative Malloy,
Yes.
Representative Haken Phillips,
Yes.
Representative Fellows,
Yes.
Representative Bolton,
Yes.
Representative Elberger,
Yes.
Representative Lloyd,
Yes.
Representative Smith, Stringham,
Yes.
and the chair.
Yes.
Okay, the vote is 20-0. The ITL.
Okay, the vote being 20-0, this could go on consent calendar. It cannot, because it have an FNA, right? Okay, so it cannot go on consent. Okay. So this will go on the regular calendar. With the vote being 20-0, the ITL motion passes, and we'll close the executive session on Senate Bill 104.
You expect me to be organized?
While we're organizing ourselves, anyone here for Senate Bill 112? We are scheduling a work session next Wednesday around 9:30 in the morning. So if you're here for that bill, please join us for the work session. I honestly can't remember what I sent to Karen. It's somewhere around 9:30. I can't remember though. It'll be firmed up soon. We will now open up the hearing, the executive session on Senate Bill 119, which has to do with criminal background checks for charitable games of chance license applicants. And again, for the record, I am part of that industry, and the chair recognizes Representative Janigian for motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to pass on SB 119.
Is there a second? Oh, Representative Southworth seconds. Excellent. All right, I see other hands up, but Representative Janigian, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, this is a very simple bill. It's a common sense bill that would eliminate unnecessary background checks for those who are not intimately involved in the game of chance, and so therefore it would eliminate background checks for those folks.
Representative Almy.
Yes, we had a amendment introduced to us from Senator Susi by Senator Rosenwald, which solves a related part of this problem of bingo game attendance. And that was to increase the amount of money that the charities are allowed to reimburse their volunteers, who are all volunteers, when they are doing the work that is required by our law to be done to make the bingo games work. And from $25 for expenses that they've incurred to come to that game and help set up the chairs and everything, and to $50. And that they believe will increase the ability of people who need babysitters, who are coming from a little distance and are going to have to miss dinner if they don't have enough money to pay for a meal on the way in, that it allows them to have the volunteers to have more bingo games. We have been regarding bingo as a dying industry, but this is apparently one of the problems that inflation has caught up with their ability to attract the volunteers. And it was introduced to us, and a number of us wanted to be able to add it on to this bill. They thought that the rest of the Senate would be, Senator Rosenwald thought that the rest of the Senate would be willing to go along with that, but we don't have anything from the rest of the Senate about it.
just a friendly reminder, right now we're doing the ought to pass motion on Senate Bill 119. Do we have an
Yes.
amendment that someone wants to move? Do we have an
On
amendment?
the only amendment we have at the moment, and I'd hoped that we'd be able to discuss whether we were going to do this today or not, is the one from Senator Susie. Usually, when we have work sessions, we talk about the amendments we've been given, and then we go and vote on them the next week after we've redone the amendments. But the way we're doing it now, we don't have the ability to do that.
Good. I'm going
See
to ask
the
a
last one
parliamentary
we had.
question to see if anyone has an answer on this, and that is, if Senator Susie did an amendment, can we just use that amendment if someone wants to move that
I
amendment?
don't believe that we can. It's a Senate amendment number.
We have to have our own amendment number to pass
Yeah.
it.
Okay.
There's a gentleman way in the back there.
Okay, if you're answering the parliamentary question, otherwise this is not a public hearing, this is an exec session. What's that?
It's on the wrong bill? Oh,
Oh, thank you, sir. All right, let's take we're gonna take a moment to read through again.
7E, it's amending the same section. Sections, it's amending the section after the, in the law. It's, and she, oh, we're on 119. Oh, I could not understand why you were going backwards again. I do apologize.
Sir, thank you. I just want to be clear that, because if I start opening up for public testimony, then we have a different situation here. So, but thank you
Right,
for that. We
okay.
appreciate the clarification.
119.
Okay, so we are on Senate Bill 119.
And you've skipped.
And we don't have an
two earlier
amendment. We
bills
did
altogether.
skip some stuff because we're just not ready. I mentioned 112, which was the next numerical one. We're going to do a work session. So now we're on 119. The motion made by Representative Janigian, seconded by Representative Southworth, was to ought to pass. At the moment, I don't have any amendments before me that made by the House. So we're now discussing the ought to pass motion on Senate Bill 119. Is there any other comments on that? Representative Stringham? No. Okay. I'm sorry, Representative Southworth. Thank you for being able to do that.
Sense changes, so I certainly support it.
Excellent. Seeing no more hands up, I will now have the clerk call the roll. Senate Bill 119 ought to pass.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the time that took went by so I could get the sheets in good form. Going on, Representative Janigian,
Yes.
Representative Ullery,
Yes.
Representative Doucette,
Yes.
Representative Spilsbury,
Yes.
Representative Platt votes yes, Representative Nodder,
Yes.
Representative Sodi,
Yes.
Representative Ors,
Yes.
Representative Rochefort,
Yes.
Representative Almy, Representative Ames, Representative Southworth,
Yes.
Representative Malloy,
Yes.
Representative Hicken Phillips,
Yes.
Representative Fellows,
Yes.
Representative Bolton,
Yes.
Representative Elberger,
Yes.
Representative Lloyd,
Yes.
Representative Stringham,
Yes.
and the chair.
Yes.
20-0 is the outcome.
Now, this bill with 20-0, it has an FN on it, but it may be eligible for consent calendar because it does not go to a second committee. Does anyone have an objection to consent calendar? Okay, well, we'll see if we can, and we'll see what the clerk decides.
Put yes here, now. Thank you. Madam Chair, I move the adoption.
I gotta open it up first. All right, I just want to make sure you're ready. So we are now opening up the executive session on Senate Bill 139. Whoops. Relative to the price of Lucky 7 tickets, and the chair recognizes Representative Tolet for a motion.
Yes, I move to ought to pass with an amendment, and I want to introduce amendment number 1439H, which I shall pass around.
Okay, let's be sure we get a second on the ought to pass. Is there a second on ought to pass? Okay, second by Representative Almy. And now it is open to your amendment. Would you like to pass out that amendment and explain it to us?
Yes. As soon as I get my hands on it again. Here it is. I'll keep 2. Split the remainder 2 ways. The amendment, we heard testimony when we heard this bill that like 1 or 2 people were happy with the $10 limit, but a lot of people got nervous about that and didn't want to make it more than $2 on Lucky 7 tickets because they're afraid of opening up to other organizations and killing the people who do the bingo and Lucky 7 together. So this amendment simply changes the $10 to $2 when sold in a dispenser. Still $1 in paper form, but $2 in a dispenser, up to $2.
Okay, Representative Platt moves Amendment 2023-1439H. Is there a second on the amendment? Representative Fellows. Any comments on the amendment? For the record, I am in the charitable gaming industry, just so you know. Any other comments? Yes, Representative Fellows.
So, what we heard in what I picked up from the testimony was that for the charities that operate bingo, the problem with having $10 as a wager meant that the prize would be could possibly be very high, and that they wouldn't have that much money, cash on hand, to pay it out. So that was a part of the reason.
Other comments? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll on the amendment 1439H.
And this is on Senate Bill.
This is on the amendment.
Yeah, but the Senate Bill itself is. I got it right. Just checking, double checking. Representative, thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Janinigian.
Yes.
Representative Ullery.
Oh, I suppose so.
Thank you for the enthusiasm. Representative Doucette.
Yes.
Representative Spilsbury.
Yes.
Representative Platt votes yes. Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Sodi.
Yes.
Representative Ors.
Yes.
Representative Rochefort.
Yes.
Representative Almy. Representative Ames.
Yes.
Representative Southworth.
Yes.
Representative Malloy.
Yes.
Representative Haken Phillips.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Bolton.
Yes.
Representative Elberger.
Yes.
Representative Leapley. Lloyd.
Not a problem. Yes, please.
Representative Stringham.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
20-0 on the amendment.
Okay, with 20-0, the amendment passes. So now the motion before us is ought to pass as amended by 1439H. And the clerk will call the roll when he is ready. Is there any discussion, by the way? I forgot I should. Nope, good.
Okay. Yes, on Bill 139 ought to pass as amended. I asked for the vote of Representative Janigian,
Yes.
Representative Ullery,
Yes.
Representative Doucette,
Yes.
Representative Spilsbury,
Yes.
Representative Platt votes yes, Representative Nodder,
Yes.
Representative Sodi,
Yes.
Representative Ors,
Yes.
Representative Rochefort,
Yes.
Representative Almy, Representative Ames,
Yes.
Representative Southworth,
Yes.
Representative Malloy,
Yes.
Representative Haken Phillips,
Yes.
Representative Fellows,
Yes.
Representative Bolton,
Yes.
Representative Elberger,
Yes.
Representative Lloyd.
Yes.
I caught myself. Representative Stringham
Yes.
and the chair.
Yes.
20-0 is the outcome.
Okay, the vote being 20-0 on ought to pass as amended, the motion carries. Now, I think this could go on consent. Anyone opposed to it going on consent? Okay, it will be shelved. We will now close the executive session on Senate Bill 139. And please bear with us.
Browning and paper here. What next?
Okay, we'll now open the exec session on Senate Bill 191, relative road toll registration surcharges for electric vehicles, and the chair recognizes Representative Spilsbury for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move retain on HB 191, excuse me, SB 191.
Is there a second? Oh, Representative Soti seconds it. Would you care to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I think that there's a broad consensus that there's a genuine problem to solve, and that is how will electric vehicles contribute to the maintenance of roads and bridges in the state of New Hampshire. But there's a wide variety of potential ways of doing that, and each one represents a bit of a conundrum. So this is a classic bill that really deserves more attention than we can give it this season. I would also note that I was a co-sponsor on HB 456, which was referred to House Public Works and Highways, and that bill has been retained by Public Works. The purpose of that bill is to address the very same problem in an entirely different way by looking at the potential of taxing the charging activity. So this bill, I think, deserves the time, possibly even some coordination with one or more other committees to come up with a solution, and we can do that better in the fall.
Other comments? Representative Almy.
Yes, there is a study committee, I believe it is, that went from the House to the Senate to continue the study that was being done last year, but in the second year, study committees don't get much done on this. Maybe someone else remembers better the numbers, but we need that kind of study. And as you said, we need it in between different people from, it could be environment and agriculture or natural resources. It could be, but it's something that was set up by Representative Major 2 terms ago, and then we had the COVID problems, and then 1 term ago, and it ended up, as I recall, meeting once or twice and not getting the work done. And then this term going forward to the Senate, and Senator Waters thought that they were going to pass it, but I was told that the Senate was retaining it to see what we do with this effort of theirs. And I would very much like to not retain this bill while we find out where we are with the Senate on that, because we've been trying to work on this issue for 10 years and the situation gets worse and worse for transportation. And we haven't done anything yet. And this is regarded as a kind of stopgap measure to help the bleeding and stop having to take money out of the general fund to pay for transportation. So since we have the time, it is not an early bill. We could retain it until next week while the chair tries to find out what's happening in the Senate, or the vice chair.
Madam Chair,
Let's see if the representative has finished her remarks.
Yeah, I have.
Okay, Representative Platt.
Representative Alma used the word retain till next week. I don't think that's retain. I think we just continue the hearing. Continue the exec session.
No, we now have a motion before us, which we will need to vote on. And I will just make a comment. What I heard and this is obviously a very, very important topic. We know many committees and many commissions have been looking at this issue for many years, and they have not been able to come up with a solution. I don't think we have all of the information we need. I don't think we have the time that we need to do this justice at this time. So I do believe that retained motion is appropriate. But we'll see where the vote goes, and we'll go from there. Representative Ames.
First, I need to say that that I have electric vehicles, and so I'm going to be speaking and voting on this bill, and that needs to be understood. That's my obligation to say that. And then I will be supporting the retain motion. I think that it's a complicated issue, and if we can make progress on this in this committee, let's do so, and either gain clarity on the particular proposal that's before us or adjust it, which we can do over the course of the next several months. So I'll be supporting this.
Representative Ulrey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding that when a bill is retained by committee, that doesn't necessarily mean nothing happens. It just merely means we're maintaining possession of the bill through the remainder of this year, through the summer and into January. And even in January, we can continue work sessions mixed in with our regular work if we have any. Yeah, right. So it's not really putting it aside. It's just maintaining possession of the bill so we can work on it. Is that correct?
Absolutely. We can start working on work on a retained bill anytime we want. We could, after we get through some of our deadlines, and start working on it this spring, or we could wait to the fall. Any individual member of this committee can certainly keep working on it with all stakeholders. And for the record, I want to be an electric vehicle owner. Okay. Who else we have over here? Representative Almy.
I just want to correct something. The retained bills have to be voted on by late October, I believe it is. And then they go to the floor, and we lose control over it at that point. It goes to the floor, and it can go to the floor as referred to interim study, which means we put it off for yet another year. And if that causes the Senate to go and refuse the commission, then we've got a real problem. But there is the Reason Foundation, which reached out to me and which is working with legislatures in other parts of the country on this issue, which had never reached out to New Hampshire before. And for some reason, former Representative Sumsich, with whom I disagreed on this quite a lot, told them to talk to me. So I have now sent that to Waters and can can send it to the committee too, but there is an experiment which this guy is very fond of, that's original, that's in Virginia right now, that's just started. So, but the problem is every year we're getting further behind on the highway fund.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I would get a charge out of owning an electric vehicle.
Okay, other comments? Representative Elberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I disagree with several of my colleagues here. I don't see this as a very difficult, challenging bill. It's one that simply says that we're asking electric vehicle owners to pay for the use of the roads that they use, and they are not paying for them through a gas tax. I don't see this as complicated, so I will be voting against retaining.
Representative Ors, and I'm sorry I missed you. We'll go to you next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I tend to agree with Representative Almy. I think we've kicked this can down the road forever. I don't see it as very difficult either. It's like, I'm not sure why I'm all in favor of $100 on the electric vehicles, or $200 or $300. The road, the road's got to be repaired. I don't like driving through potholes either. So thank you.
Representative Janigian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I'll give you another reason why you may want to retain it, and that is the 20% that would go to the state to build out infrastructure really doesn't make sense. The state didn't build out gasoline stations. I don't believe the state should be building out charging stations. However, I want to retain it for that reason, but also for the reason it is complex. As a member of Public Works and Highways 7 years ago, and I know prior to then, this bill comes up, or this type of bill comes up in Public Works and Highways every single year. They have not found a solution to it yet. And we do need to find one, and maybe that does rest. I think as Representative Spilsbury may have said, at some point it would be nice if we could charge, just like we charge the gas tax at the gas station, charge an electric tax potentially at the charging station once we figure out how to do that. But anyways, this is a complex bill. It's not going to be solved in the next week or two. It has some flaws, so it shouldn't be passed as is. So I would say we need to retain at this point. Thank you.
Other comments? Representative Phillips.
I think it's about time that we send this to the full house and let them vote on it. And I do see that 20% can be up to 20% can be retained by transportation, but it's up to, so it doesn't mean that they have to hold on to that amount.
Other comments from members? Representative Elberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the advantages that an electric car owner can be to charge their vehicles at home if they have power that works for that. And we can't go into people's homes and say, tell us what percentage of your electric bill is related to charging your car, and we're going to tax you on that. So we can't easily say that, well, we can do a parallel with the gas tax on an electrical charging setup. So that doesn't make sense to me, and I again reiterate, this is pretty straightforward, and let's ask the electric vehicle owners who have not been paying for any kind of support of the roads for as long as electric vehicles have been used in this state. Let's ask them to pay their fair share.
Representative Janigian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You raise a good point. I mean, that is a problem. However, that's one of the things that makes this so complex, because what about all the Massachusetts drivers that are coming up Route 95, Route 93, and Route 3 every single day, and especially on the weekends and holidays? They're not paying anything. So, but if we could charge them at charging stations, at least out of state, and it's not going to all fall on New Hampshire drivers. I'm not saying that's the complete solution. It's not. That's why it's complex. But again, I think retain is in order.
Representative Ames, did you want to comment any further? Okay. Anyone else would like to comment? Okay, the motion before us is retain Senate Bill 191, and the clerk will call the roll on retain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Janigian,
Yes.
Representative Ullery, Representative
Yes.
Doucette,
Yes.
Representative Spilsbury,
Yes.
Representative Pledge votes yes. Representative Nodder,
Yes.
Representative Sodi,
Yes.
Representative Ors,
Yes.
Representative Rochefort,
Yes.
Representative Almy. You're never disqualified on my book. Representative Ames,
Yes.
Representative Southworth,
Yes.
Representative Malloy,
Yes.
Representative Haken Phillips,
Yes.
Representative Fellows,
No.
Representative Bolton,
No.
Representative Elberger,
No.
Representative Lloyd,
Yes.
Representative Stringham,
No.
and the chair.
Yes.
The vote is 15-5 on retain.
Okay, so that means we're not reporting it to calendar. We're just going to retain it in committee, and we will schedule work on that at the appropriate time. And of course, Representative Almy, we want you part of that. Okay, good. Okay, with that, we have retained Senate Bill 191, and we will close the executive session on that.
Any more?
When you're ready on Senate Bill 192. And this will be the last one of the day.
Not, yeah, no, we're not. Just give me 1 second. Okay, which one is 192? All set.
Okay, we will now open the executive session on Senate Bill 192 relative to the hours that Lucky 7 tickets may be sold, and the chair recognizes Representative Rochefort for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move ought to pass on Senate Bill 192 FF.
Is there a second? Representative Almy seconds that. For the record, I am involved in the charitable gaming industry. Representative Rochefort, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 192 really is a, for lack of a better term, it's a cleanup bill. I mean, it matches current law with when bingo games can operate with Lucky 7 tickets. We heard testimony that a number of bingo facilities have run two games, multiple games during the day, and they start early in the morning. But the way the law is currently written, the Lucky 7 ticket sales are limited somewhat, or quite limited, and therefore the charities that could be benefiting fully are not benefiting fully from their sale. So I think it just makes sense to match that with the current bingo laws.
Representative Almy.
If I could, the current law is that they aren't allowed to do this before, I forget whether it's noon or 1 p.m. Noon. But the actual situation for a long time was that they were doing it. And they were doing a game in the morning and a game in the afternoon. And before the game started, people would come in and have coffee and socialize. and that's when they were buying the Lucky 7 tickets. And there was a restructuring at Lottery, and the current head of charitable gaming, which was brought into Lottery at the time, was found that this was in rules and moved last year to put it into law, just so people would see it. And what that resulted in was a number of normal bingo games being cut in half in places that had been doing this all along. I don't understand why we ever said bingo should go to 1 a.m. I can't imagine it ever has, but we don't want to have to amend that for this purpose. But those charities are generally, I think, the smaller ones, because they have a great deal of socialization going on during the day, particularly in the morning hours. And they're losing more than half of their revenue, actually, because of this. So I think we ought to be doing it.
Other comments on the ought to pass motion on 192? Okay, seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is ought to pass on 192. Representative Janigian.
Yes.
Representative Ullery.
Yes.
Representative Doucette.
Yes.
Representative Spilsbury.
Yes.
Representative Platt votes yes. Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Sodi.
Yes.
Representative Ors.
Yes.
Representative Rochefort.
Yes.
Representative Almy.
Yes.
Representative Ames.
Yes.
Representative Southworth.
Yes.
Representative Malloy.
Yes.
Representative Haken Phillips.
Yes.
Representative Fellows. 15. Okay. Representative Bolton.
Yes.
Representative Elberger.
Yes.
Representative Lloyd.
Yes.
Representative Stringham.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
The vote is 20-0.
Vote being 20-0, the ought to pass motion on SB 192 passes, and it is an FN bill. I don't know exactly why, but we will request it to be on consent calendar unless anyone disagrees. No, then we'll request that. And we will now close the executive session on Senate Bill 192. We have listed Senate Bill 260 on the possible executive session. We just heard this bill today. There is a fairly new rule in the House that says that as long as the chair and the ranking member agree, we can in fact exec a bill on the same day as the hearing. And we have agreed that having the exec session on Senate Bill 260 does make sense today. So we'll be taking that up shortly. Okay, we will now open up the executive session on Senate Bill 260 relative to deductions under the business profits tax for compensation of members and owners. And the chair will recognize Representative Almy for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On this bill.
Motion.
I move on ITL on SB 260.
Is there a second? Representative Elberger seconds. Okay, now please speak to your motion.
Bipartisan, but anyway, on the intent of this bill is well intentioned, but I guess I said that wrong. But anyway, but in fact, by almost duplicating the language that already exists in the law, and it creates a situation in which there could be major confusion in the rules applied by DRA and in the auditing process. And the committee believes that adding the word maybe I should put in that part about guardrails, but adding the word customary and repeat, the reasonable compensation law was revamped by the Ways and Means Committees, however many years ago it was now, 2012, to make it compensation, the compensation deductions fair and reasonable for all partnerships and proprietorships, and the addition of the word customary without guardrails in a separate section. I'm going to work on this, but in a separate section does, for a number of accountants and lawyers consulted, create confusion in the law. And that is why I think that we ought to ITL it.
Thank you. And for the record, I do pay business profits tax. Representative Plett.
Yes, we heard testimony from DRA that this is not necessary and it's harmful because it adds another word, which is confusion. And when you do something like that, people think there's something new there, and there isn't. So it just wind up confusing people.
Other comments from the committee on the ITL motion on Senate Bill 260. Representative Janigian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, just want to say briefly, I am also an ITL on this. I reached out to CPA and also a foundation that studies tax policy, and both of them were confused with the wording and didn't see the point. So thank you.
Other comments from the committee? Representative Almy, did you have something else to add?
No.
Okay.
Just have to clean up my language.
That's okay. That's
I'm
okay. I think we can all work on that. Okay. If there's no other comments, then the clerk will call the roll. ITL on Senate Bill 260.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Janigian.
Yes.
Representative Ullery.
Yes.
Representative Doucette.
Yes.
Representative Spilsbury.
Yes.
Representative Plett votes yes. Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Sodi.
Yes.
Representative Orrs.
Yes.
Representative Rochefort.
Yes.
Representative Almy. Representative Ames. Representative Southworth.
Yes.
Representative Malloy.
Yes.
Representative Haken Phillips.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Bolton.
Yes.
Representative Elberger.
Yes.
Representative Lloyd.
Yes.
Representative Stringham.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
That's 20-0 to ITL.
The vote being 20-0, the ITL motion on Senate Bill 260 passes. It is an FN bill, but I don't know. We can request consent unless anyone has an objection, and with an ITL, that's the difference too. Thank you. So we'll try to put it on consent unless the clerk has a problem, and we'll now close the executive session on Senate Bill 260. Nice job, guys. Wow. So efficient. So prepared. Thank you. We obviously skipped some bills that we didn't feel like we were ready to do yet. We have some work sessions coming up. So for planning purposes, we will meet again next Wednesday. I don't have the exact times. There will be some work sessions, and there is an amendment on Senate Bill 19, and we will schedule a hearing on that amendment just to make sure everyone gets to hear that. And then we'll have an exec session after that and see what we can get done. If we don't get it all done then, we will schedule for the following Tuesday for any remaining bills that we have for exec session. And we'll just keep chipping away at our work as the best that we can. So thank you for our members for being here, our substitutes for being here. We appreciate your participation. Representative Platt.
The amendment, we have to have a hearing on because it's a slightly different section, but we're extending the hours of bingo to 16 hours, 16 days rather. So this would extend Lucky 7 for the same 16 days. But it's because it's a different section of the same law, we have to have a public hearing according to the clerk.
Anything else from the committee members?
I do have an amendment for Senate Bill 112, which in the hearing, I heard someone else talking about an amendment too, so I'm not sure. Mine should be drafted by now, but it hadn't come out.
Anyone who's interested in Senate Bill 112, please come to the work session. And if you have a specific idea for an amendment, please find a committee member that you'd like to work on that with you.
This one
We'll see if we can get it done.
does create a dedicated fund for breakage within the bill itself is talking about is meant to move money into the problem gaming fund. The problem gaming fund at this point is controlled by a group that I just found out about after I did the amendment, but that the Finance Committee sends money to the Council on Problem Gaming, but it is administratively attached to lottery. So I need to go back, now that there's time, and talk to LBAO about, okay, is there any kind of problem in creating a dedicated fund that is administratively attached to lottery, which all of them are attached to some department or other, and on that would come from the fees inside the lottery itself, which is what the bill is doing. But the idea was to try to, of the sponsor, as I understand it, was mostly to try to put more money into that that council, so that there would be more work done on problem gaming. And the language that I have that they are drafting says that the purpose of the fund would be to provide funding for identification and treatment of problem gamblers. So, I have not yet. I've got to look up the Council for Problem Gaming and see whether it has a purpose or not.
Hopefully, because we're not going to have this till next Wednesday,
Right,
people
I
have
can do
time to
that
really
before
work
then.
on that. So please do that research.
work on
If you can, though, today, we need to get our business done for today. So if you made a motion, please get me your blurb before you leave.
Before we leave,
Yes.
Ugh. Is there a blurb sheet?
Well, does that have to, or if we type it like this?
No, that would be, it could be an email, could be a sheet, could be something handwritten that we give, I think we can do it anyway. But if it's a form that you want to use, we can go see if there is one.
Well, there always has been.
Standard form, for people to write blur, oh. okay.
Thank-